Hey fam. This is Fiction Blue. Today's story is gonna blow your mind. Harry discovered a hidden James Potter portrait at age 5 and his father's image taught him every spell Dumbledore banned. Show some love with a like and subscribe. Here we go. Chapter 1. The painting in the dark. The cupboard smelled like dust and old rubber and something faintly chemical that Harry had long since stopped trying to identify. There was a sleeping bag that had started its life green and was now a color best described as giving up. There was a shelf with a broken slat that Harry had learned never to put anything heavy on. There was a small crack in the wall near the bottom where, on cold nights, he could sometimes hear the pipes breathing. Harry was 5 years old, and the cupboard under the stairs at number 4, Privet Drive was the whole world. He'd learned not to mind it, mostly. Minding things at Privet Drive was dangerous, it showed on your face, and Aunt Petunia read faces the way other people read newspapers, looking for something to be outraged by. So Harry had gotten very good at keeping his face still. He thought of it like glass. Clear and flat and giving nothing away. It was a Wednesday in October when everything changed, and it changed because of a loose board. Harry had been sitting cross-legged on his sleeping bag, trying to remember the story he'd been telling himself the night before, something about a boy who could talk to dragons, when his elbow came down wrong and the floor shifted. Not much. Just a fraction. A soft wooden groan, and the board nearest the back wall tilted up on one end like a very slow, very tired seesaw. He stared at it for a moment. Then he crawled over and looked. The gap beneath was dark and smelled of old wood and something else, something dry and faintly sweet, like paper that had been kept somewhere careful. Harry reached down without really thinking about it. Curiosity had always been stronger than caution in him, which was one of the many things that annoyed the Dursleys, and his fingers found a flat edge. Something rigid wrapped in cloth. He pulled it out. It was a portrait. Not large, maybe the size of one of Dudley's school textbooks, maybe a little longer, in a dark wooden frame that had been wrapped carefully in a piece of old velvet, the velvet tied shut with a piece of twine that had been knotted so many times it had essentially become its own small project. Harry worked at it with his fingers for a while, then used his teeth when his fingers weren't enough, and eventually the twine gave way and the velvet fell open. The portrait inside showed a man. He was youngish, maybe late 20s, though Harry had a limited reference point for adult ages, with dark hair that went in every direction at once and glasses with round frames perched on a nose that Harry somehow recognized without being able to explain why. The man in the portrait was caught mid-gesture, one hand slightly raised, his expression arrested somewhere between amusement and thought, like someone who'd been interrupted while saying something clever and was deciding whether to finish the point or not. Harry looked at the portrait for a long time. The man in the portrait looked back. And then, slowly, the man smiled. Harry dropped the portrait. He scrambled backward on the sleeping bag and hit the wall, breathing very fast, staring at the frame where it had fallen face up on the floor, the painted man now looking up at the ceiling of the cupboard with an expression of mild inconvenience. That, the painted man said, in a voice that was warm and slightly hoarse and absolutely, undeniably real, is a completely understandable reaction. I should have waited. I always rush things. Harry's mouth opened. Nothing came out. You're Harry, the painted man said. He tilted his head, still looking up at the cupboard ceiling, then seemed to decide that was undignified and somehow shifted his painted eyes sideways to look at Harry, which shouldn't have been possible given the angle but apparently was. Aren't you? Yes, Harry said, because his voice had decided to answer independently of the rest of him. You look, the painted man stopped. His expression did something complicated, something that flickered through several feelings at once and didn't quite settle on any of them. You look exactly like me, he said at last. Which makes sense. And you have your mother's eyes. Which also makes sense. Both of those things make complete sense, and I knew they would, and I'm still, he stopped again. Could you pick me up, do you think? Looking at the ceiling is doing nothing for my sense of occasion. Harry edged forward, reached out, and carefully picked up the portrait. He set it against the wall with the broken slat, propped so the painted face was looking out at him. Up close, the resemblance was, it was like looking at a funhouse mirror, the kind that showed you a taller, older, different version of yourself. The same dark mess of hair. The same glasses, nearly. The same jawline that Harry knew from the rare occasions he was allowed near a reflective surface. "Who are you?" Harry asked, though he thought he might know. The painted man looked at him with that complicated expression again. Then he said, simply and clearly, "I'm your dad. My name is James. James Potter." He paused. "I'm sorry, I'm a painting." Harry sat very still on the sleeping bag. Outside the cupboard, he could hear Aunt Petunia moving around in the kitchen, the familiar percussion of domesticity, a drawer opening and closing, water running, the refrigerator door sighing shut. Normal Wednesday sounds. The world outside was doing its normal Wednesday things, completely unaware that inside the cupboard under the stairs, Harry Potter had found his father. "My dad is dead," Harry said. He wasn't being cruel. He was simply reporting facts, the way you had to do at Privet Drive, where feelings were a private matter best conducted silently and preferably not at all. "Yes," James said. "He is. I am." He adjusted his position slightly in the frame, a small restless movement. "I'm what's left. A portrait, a magical portrait, not just paint. When certain wizards die or know they might die, their knowledge and personality can be preserved this way. I'm not a ghost. I'm not alive. But I'm also not," he seemed to search for the word. "I'm not nothing. I know who I am. I know who you are. And I have been in that gap in the floor for 5 years trying to figure out how to say hello without giving a 5-year-old a heart attack." "You almost did," Harry said. "Yes, I can see that. I apologize." James looked at him steadily. "How are you, Harry?" It was such a simple question. Such a normal, ordinary question. People asked it all the time and didn't mean it, and Harry was very experienced with the expected answer, which was fine or okay or not bad. Those answers were reflexes at this point, smooth and practiced. But the painted man had said it the way people said things when they actually wanted to know, and Harry found he didn't have the reflex ready for that. He looked around the cupboard. At the sleeping bag. At the shelf with the broken slat. At the crack in the wall where the pipes breathed. "I live in the cupboard," he said. James's expression shifted. Shifted in a way that made Harry feel he was watching something happen behind glass, something intense and barely contained. The painted jaw tightened. The eyes, which had been warm with complicated feeling, went for just a moment to something else, something flat and focused and, if Harry had had the vocabulary for it, furious. Then James breathed out slowly. Portraits didn't need to breathe, but this one did it anyway. "Tell me," he said, very quietly, "everything." So Harry did. He told it plainly, the way you tell facts. The cupboard. The rules, which were many and unwritten but somehow never unclear. The food, which was enough but only just. Dudley, who took things. Aunt Petunia, who looked at Harry like he was a problem she hadn't agreed to acquire. Uncle Vernon, who was louder than he was dangerous but was certainly loud. The school, where teachers liked him well enough because he was quiet and learned quickly, but other children had worked out that Dudley didn't like Harry, and Dudley's opinion had currency. He told it all in about 10 minutes, and when he was done, he realized his hands were in his lap and he was looking at them instead of the portrait because somewhere in the middle he'd stopped being able to look at the portrait. "Harry," James said. "It's fine," Harry said immediately, and heard how automatic it was, and felt, oddly, embarrassed. "It's not fine," James said. Not harshly, there was no accusation in it, no performance of outrage for his benefit. Just a plain statement of fact. "It's very far from fine. And I want you to hear me say that clearly, so that somewhere in that head of yours, you know it's true." He paused. "But I also need you to know that I can't fix it. I'm a portrait. I can't walk into that kitchen and say what needs to be said to your aunt. I can't do anything in the physical world. I am completely, infuriatingly limited to this frame. Okay, Harry said. What I can do, James continued, and something shifted in his tone, something like a door opening, is talk to you. Teach you. Tell you who you are and who your mother was and what this world you belong to actually looks like. He held Harry's gaze. You're a wizard, Harry. You were born one. Your mother was one. I was one. And the world you belong to it's extraordinary. It's maddening and funny and sometimes terrible, and it is absolutely nothing like Privet Drive. Harry looked at him. Wizards aren't real, he said, because that was what you were supposed to say. He didn't actually believe it the way he was supposed to. There had always been things that happened around Harry that didn't fit the official story of how the world worked, small electrical impossibilities, moments that teachers couldn't explain and Harry had learned to look confused about. But it was the required response. James just raised an eyebrow. The eyebrow was so familiar that Harry felt something clench in his chest. Wizards, James said, are extremely real. And you have, at my count, made something happen that breaks ordinary physical law approximately, he tilted his head, 6 times in the last 12 months, based on what you just told me. The incident with the jumper, it just came off, Harry said. It unbuttoned itself. The buttons were sewn shut, James said. Petunia sewed them shut on purpose, I suspect. The buttons didn't fail, Harry. You unbuttoned them. Magically. Without knowing you were doing it. He leaned forward slightly in the frame, the painted background behind him, some kind of study, Harry noticed, with a fireplace and stacks of books, shifting subtly with him. That's called accidental magic. Every magical child does it. It's not remarkable in itself. What is remarkable is that you've apparently done it consistently, purposefully, the jumper, the incident with the dog that chased you, growing your hair back, that one really upset Aunt Petunia, Harry said, and something flickered in his chest that was almost a laugh. I bet it did, James said, and the corner of his painted mouth curved. The point is, you're already doing it. The magic is already there. It's been there your whole life. The question is what you do with it. Harry was quiet for a moment. Outside, Dudley was thundering down the hall from the direction of the sitting room, and the cupboard door rattled on its latch, and then the thundering continued past and up the stairs. Harry looked at the portrait. What do you mean, teach me, he said. James smiled. It was a real smile, wide and slightly crooked and so familiar that Harry's chest did the clenching thing again. Exactly what I said, James told him. I have 6 years before you go to Hogwarts. Magical school, he added at Harry's expression. You'll go when you're 11. And between now and then, I am going to teach you everything I know. He paused. And I know quite a lot. How? Harry asked. If you're just a portrait, I can teach you theory. Everything magic is built on, the principles, the logic, how spells are structured, why they work. I can tell you every incantation I ever learned, explain the wand movements, describe the intent. I can tell you about history, about potions, about creatures, about the politics of the magical world, which are deeply stupid, but important. He leaned back slightly in the frame, and there was something restless in it, something that Harry would come to understand over many years was just James, always wanting to be doing something, always slightly frustrated by stillness. You won't be able to practice most of it until you have a wand. But when you get that wand, Harry, you will not be starting from nothing. You will be starting from everything. Harry looked at him for a long time. Why is this here? He asked. The portrait. Why was it under the floor? James's expression shifted again. Some of the warmth remained but underneath it was something older, more serious. Your grandmother, he said. My mother. She had it commissioned after Voldemort, after the man who killed me, came to power and started killing people. She wanted to ensure that if something happened to me, you would still have something. Someone. He looked at Harry steadily. She had it hidden here because she knew you'd be sent to Petunia. She didn't approve of that decision. Not at all. But she had the portrait placed where she knew you'd find it eventually, because she knew you were going to be the kind of boy who investigated loose boards and floors. How did she know that? Because I was the kind of boy who investigated loose boards and floors, James said simply. Harry looked at the portrait. The painted study behind James had a fire going, and in the light of it, James looked, not young exactly, but unfinished, maybe. Like someone caught mid-story. Are you, Harry started, then stopped. Am I what? Are you lonely? In there? James looked at him. The question seemed to surprise him, which surprised Harry, because it had seemed obvious. Then James said, I've been waiting 5 years for you to find me. The honest answer is that I don't entirely experience time the way you do, but yes. In the ways that count. He looked at Harry with that direct, uncomplicated regard. Are you? Harry thought about the cupboard. About school. About the glass face he wore. Yes, he said. Well, James said. Now neither of us has to be. The water had stopped running in the kitchen. Aunt Petunia's feet moved toward the hallway, and Harry quickly pulled the velvet flap of cloth over the portrait. James went quiet without protest, as though he understood instantly, and Harry shoved it under the lip of the sleeping bag just as the cupboard door opened and Petunia's face appeared, thin and sharp and scanning. What are you doing? She demanded. Nothing, Harry said. The glass face, flat and clear and giving nothing away. She stared at him a moment longer with that suspicious narrowing of the eyes. Then she said, dinner's at 6, and closed the door. Harry sat alone in the dark. He waited for her footsteps to recede. Then he reached under the sleeping bag and pulled the velvet cloth back, and James looked out at him again, patient and warm and slightly amused. She's not going to get better, Harry said. It wasn't a question. No, James said honestly. Probably not. Right, Harry said. He nodded once. Okay. What do we start with? James blinked. Then he laughed, and the laugh was genuine and delighted and filled the small cupboard with a warmth that had nothing to do with temperature. Now, he said. It's just gone 5 on a Wednesday. You said you've been waiting 5 years, Harry said. I don't want to waste more time. James looked at his son. The complicated thing moved across his face again, settled somewhere that looked very much like love, the particular love that comes with grief running underneath it, the love of someone who knows what they lost and is looking at the proof of it. All right, he said quietly. We start with the fundamentals. The 3 principles of magical operation. Listen carefully. He paused, and his whole painted manner changed, focused, precise, the restless energy channeled. First, magic responds to intent, not just action. A spell is not words and a wand movement. The words and movement are a structure for intent. Do you understand the difference? The words are like a shape, Harry said slowly. And the feeling fills the shape. James stared at him. You're 5, he said. Nearly 6. That is, he stopped. That's correct. That's exactly right. Most adult wizards can't articulate it that cleanly. He recovered himself. Second principle, magical energy is not infinite, but it is renewable. You have a reserve. You learn to feel it, to manage it. You don't throw everything at a problem if you don't need to. You use what the situation requires. Efficient, Harry said. Efficient, James agreed. Third, and this one is important, so don't let anyone ever talk you out of it, magic doesn't have moral knowledge. A spell does what it does. The question of whether it should is always the person holding the wand. Don't let anyone tell you a spell is evil. Spells are tools. It's the intent, Harry said. James smiled. "You're going to be very annoying to teach," he said. "Annoyingly quick. I can already tell." He didn't sound annoyed in the least. He sounded like a man who was doing his best not to look too pleased with himself. "Now, let's talk about the history of magic. Not the dry version, the real version. Starting with the International Statute of Secrecy and exactly why it was a disaster waiting to happen." Dinner was at 6, but Harry was 300 years of magical history deep by then and barely heard Petunia calling. He had to physically drag himself back to the ordinary world, and even as he ate Dudley's leftovers and washed the pots and retreated to the cupboard, his mind was turning over everything James had said like someone sorting through treasure found in an unexpected place. He lay in the dark on the sleeping bag with the portrait propped carefully against the wall. "I have a question," Harry said quietly, in the voice that barely carried. "Only one." James murmured back, equally quiet. "Did you know? When Voldemort came. Did you know it was going to happen?" Silence. "Then, we knew it might. We'd been in hiding. Someone told him where we were." Another pause. "I don't want to, Harry, there are things about that night I'll tell you when you're older. Not because I'm protecting you from them. Because I want you to have the right context first, so you understand the full picture. Is that all right?" Harry thought about this. "Is the full picture bad?" "Parts of it are complicated," James said carefully. "Parts of it are going to make you angry. Parts of it will make more sense than you'd like them to." He met Harry's eyes through the lampless dark, and Harry could still somehow see him, the portrait faintly luminous in a way that real paintings weren't. "But you deserve all of it. Eventually." "Okay," Harry said. "Okay," James agreed. He was quiet a moment. "Your mum would have been the one to teach you charms." Lily was extraordinary at charms. I was decent. She was extraordinary. There's a difference." Something soft moved through his voice. "Her handwriting was atrocious, but she could make a feather do anything. You'd have liked her, Harry. You'd have liked her enormously." Harry was quiet for a long time, looking at the ceiling. "I know," he said. He didn't know why he said it with such certainty. Just that it felt true. "Tell me about her." James did. He talked for 2 hours, quietly, while the house creaked and settled around them. He talked about red hair and green eyes and the way Lily could argue with a conviction that made you feel she was actually improving your ideas by disagreeing with them. He talked about her temper, which was glorious and terrifying. He talked about the way she laughed, which was real and slightly undignified and catching. He talked about the way she'd looked at baby Harry, and that was the part where his voice changed, where it went careful and soft, and Harry lay on the sleeping bag and listened with his whole body. When James stopped, the house was very quiet. "James?" Harry said. He'd started using the name by then. It had felt strange for about 30 seconds and then natural, the way things did when they were right. "Yeah. I'm glad I found the board." A pause. "Me too, Harry," James said quietly. "Me too." Harry fell asleep listening to James describe the layout of Hogwarts Castle, which was enormous and complicated and made no architectural sense whatsoever, which was, James explained, entirely the point. In the morning, the cupboard was an ordinary cupboard again. The sleeping bag was green in the giving up color. The shelf with the broken slat stood at one end. The portrait was tucked safely back in its velvet cloth under the loose board. But Harry lay still for a moment before he heard Petunia's alarm and moved into his morning routine, and he turned over the previous night in his mind like something precious. He thought about magical intent as structure. He thought about magical history and the statute of secrecy and the way James had said the political situation in the wizarding world was deeply stupid. He thought about a woman with red hair and an argument style that made the other person feel improved. He thought, "I'm a wizard." He thought, "I have a dad." He got up and began his chores with exactly the same glass face as always, but somewhere behind the glass something had changed, some orientation had shifted, some compass had found its needle, and the direction it pointed was not at the cupboard or the rules or Aunt Petunia's suspicious eyes. It pointed forward. From that day, the routine of Harry's life split into two separate tracks running parallel, and only one of them was visible. The visible track was the same as always: chores, school, Dudley, meals, cupboard. The invisible track was electric and growing. Every evening, when the house was settled, Harry retrieved the portrait from under the board and propped it carefully on the shelf. He'd reinforced the broken slat with a piece of cardboard he'd found in the recycling, and it held well enough, and they talked. Or rather, James talked and Harry listened and asked questions, which were apparently far too good for a child his age, which James mentioned regularly with an expression of pleased bewilderment. They started with theory because there was nothing else to start with. James explained how spells were structured, the phonetic precision of Latin-based incantations, why the sounds mattered, how a mispronounced syllable could redirect intent like a badly aimed throw. He explained wand movements as spatial grammar, each motion a kind of punctuation that organized magical flow. He explained that transfiguration was essentially applied philosophy. You couldn't transform something you didn't understand, because magic worked through accurate conception, not wishful thinking. Harry absorbed all of this with a ferocity that James seemed to find alternately delightful and slightly alarming. Most children, James said one evening, about 3 weeks in, take months to understand the concept of magical interference, how two spells cast in quick succession can cancel or amplify each other depending on their harmonic relationship. It's like fractions, Harry said. Some of them want to simplify with each other and some of them don't. James looked at him for a moment. How are you doing at school? They ask me to slow down sometimes, Harry said carefully. Aunt Petunia says it's bad to make Dudley look. He stopped. I slow down. Something crossed James's face, brief and controlled. You don't need to do that here, he said. I know, Harry said. So, the harmonic relationship. If two spells are related, like if they both move air, do they amplify or do they just? They amplify if the caster's intent is unified, James said. If you're thinking about two separate things when you cast two air-based spells in sequence, they'll typically interfere. But if you conceive them as a single action with two parts, they read as one spell with doubled mass, Harry said, mostly to himself, working it out. Yes, James said, with that pleased bewildered face. Could you split one spell into two applications? Harry asked. Like, run it twice with a deliberate half-second gap to hit two separate targets but from one intent? James was quiet for a moment. Then he said, that's an advanced casting technique called forked application. It's extremely difficult. Most wizards never learn it. But it's possible. Yes. How? James told him. This was how it went. Harry asked questions that ran slightly ahead of the lesson, and James answered them, and then asked harder questions back, and they argued about the philosophy of magical ethics on a Tuesday and dissected the precise mechanics of transfiguration theory on a Thursday, and on Sundays James told him stories, about Hogwarts, about the Marauders, carefully edited in certain respects, James admitted, grinning, about Lily, about the way the magical world worked and didn't work and kept failing to fix itself. He told Harry about the spells Dumbledore had banned. This came on a cold November evening, about 6 weeks after the loose board, when they'd been discussing the difference between offensive and defensive magic, and James had mentioned almost in passing that there was a category he called controlled knowledge, magic that the Hogwarts headmaster had formally prohibited from the school curriculum. Why? Harry asked. Several reasons, James said. His tone was careful but not evasive. Some of them legitimate. Some of them, he paused. Dumbledore is a complicated man. He is also genuinely one of the most powerful wizards alive, which means his opinions carry weight that other people's don't. When Dumbledore decides something is too dangerous to teach, that decision sticks. But is he right? Sometimes, James said. Some of the banned spells are genuinely catastrophic if misused. There are spells that directly affect another person's mind, not in the unforgivable way, not controlling them, but in subtler ways that are arguably worse. There are binding magics so absolute that the caster can't undo them if they change their mind. There are spells that channel emotion so directly they can destabilize the caster as well as the target. And the rest? The rest, James said slowly, are just powerful. And Dumbledore prefers. He stopped again, and Harry recognized the pause, the one where James was choosing between full honesty and a gentler version. Dumbledore prefers to manage powerful things. Powerful people. He's very good at it. He builds systems. He arranges people within those systems in ways that seem natural but aren't, quite. He looked at Harry directly. He had plans for you. Before you were born, probably. The prophecy, the positioning, the way he chose to place you with the Dursleys rather than in the magical community, there was a prophecy. Harry said. That, James said, is one of the things I'll explain with the full context. Soon. Not yet. He held Harry's look. But the short version, yes, Dumbledore is a good man who does genuinely good things. He is also a man who doesn't like things being outside his understanding. And you, Harry, are about to become very outside his understanding. Because of what you're teaching me. Because of what you already are, James said. I'm just filling in the walls around what's already there. He was quiet a moment. The banned spells. I'm going to teach you all of them. Every one. Not because I want you to use them, but because I refuse to let Dumbledore decide what you get to know about your own magical heritage. His voice was calm. Certain. Knowledge isn't danger. Ignorance is danger. You'll decide what to use and what not to. That's your decision to make, not his. Harry considered this. What if I decide wrong? James looked at him steadily. Then you decide wrong, and you fix it, and you don't do it again. That's how everyone who's ever held a wand has learned. The idea that you can protect someone by keeping them ignorant is, he made a gesture, dismissive and sharp. It's control dressed up as care. And you deserve better than that. Harry sat with that for a while. Outside, it had started to rain. He could hear it on the small ventilation grate near the top of the cupboard door, the irregular percussion of a November shower. Tell me the first one, he said. James looked at him. Then he began. He talked for 2 hours without stopping, and Harry listened without stopping, and by the end Harry's mind was so full it was almost uncomfortable, like a cup that had been filled past the brim and was only staying together through surface tension. He lay in the dark after James had gone quiet, the portrait tucked away, and he turned it all over. The structure of spells Dumbledore had decided were too much. The logic of them, because everything had logic, that was the thing James had taught him first and most thoroughly, everything magical had an internal logic, and once you understood the logic the spell wasn't mysterious anymore, it was just a tool with a shape. He thought about Dumbledore, whom he'd never met but whom he was already beginning to understand in the shape of his absence, in the cupboard, in the Dursleys, in the careful arrangements of his life. He thought about his mother, who had brilliant green eyes and a laugh that was real and slightly undignified. He thought about his father, who was a portrait leaning against a shelf in a cupboard, teaching him everything he knew with the focused urgency of someone racing a clock they could see and Harry couldn't. He thought, I'm going to be ready. He didn't think it with defiance exactly. More with resolution. The quiet, absolute resolution of someone who has found a direction and intends to walk it all the way to the end. In 5 years and a handful of weeks, a letter would come with a wax seal and the address, the cupboard under the stairs, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. But that was later. That was the next chapter. For now there was a nearly 6-year-old lying on a green sleeping bag in a dark cupboard, his mind full of magic, and somewhere under the floor his father's portrait was sitting in the careful dark, and both of them were, for the first time in years, something that felt remarkably like not alone. The rain came down. The pipes breathed in the walls. The world outside Privet Drive went about its Wednesday business. Harry Potter smiled at the ceiling. Chapter 2, 6 Years of Fire. The summer Harry turned 7, he grew 2 inches and learned 14 spells he couldn't yet cast. He knew their shapes the way a musician knows a piece of music before they've ever touched the instrument, the theory perfect in his head, the feel of it theoretical but precise. He could describe the wand movement for Expelliarmus with his eyes closed, explain the exact Latin corruption that made Lumos work, articulate why Wingardium Leviosa required the specific swish and flick and not a simple upward motion. James had explained it was about establishing a directional grammar in the spell's structure, the swish setting the object's conceptual axis and the flick providing lift momentum. Harry had immediately asked why you couldn't just establish both intentions simultaneously in a single motion. James had said, after a pause, you probably could. Experienced casters often compress that movement to nearly nothing. But for teaching purposes, separating them helps beginners build the habit of structured intent. So the movement isn't really necessary, Harry said. It's a training tool. Another pause. Longer. For sufficiently developed wizards, no. Movement isn't strictly necessary. He'd looked at Harry with that familiar expression, the one caught between pride and mild alarm. Most wizards spend 20 years developing sufficient control for wordless, wandless casting. The concept isn't, it's not introductory material. I know, Harry said. I'm not saying I can do it. I'm saying I understand why it works. Right, James had said. Yes. Yes. That was the rhythm of it. Harry asked the edge questions and James answered them, and then they went deeper, and the lessons sprawled across evenings and late nights and the occasional Saturday afternoon when the Dursleys were out and Harry could prop the portrait on the kitchen table and talk freely. He kept track of everything in a notebook he'd found discarded in a school bin, someone's maths pad, most pages used, but a solid 20 pages at the back. He wrote in margins, in the spaces between abandoned equations, building a private shorthand that would have made no sense to anyone else. He filled 3 notebooks that first year, begging or salvaging them wherever he could, and James had watched this with something approaching reverence. Your mother kept notebooks, he said once, while Harry was scribbling. Harry's pen didn't stop. What were they like? Incomprehensible to everyone but her. Cross-referenced. Color-coded eventually, when she could afford the pens. He paused. She'd have had opinions about your system. She'd have told you it was inefficient and then immediately borrowed 2 of your ideas. Harry grinned at his notebook. I'd have liked that. Yes, James said quietly. You would have. The notebooks became more sophisticated as Harry's knowledge did. By 8 he had a system of symbols for different magical disciplines, a shorthand for spell structures, a way of mapping relational theory that looked like a cross between musical notation and electrical diagrams. He couldn't show them to anyone, obviously. They lived under the loose board with the portrait, which had become a small repository of secret things, the notebooks, a spare candle James had taught him to obtain without arousing suspicion, a piece of smooth stone Harry had found on the walk home from school that he used to think with, turning it in his fingers when a problem was complicated. The portrait itself was luminous in a way that required no explanation. It simply glowed slightly, enough to read by, enough to see James's face clearly in the dark. Harry had asked James about this once, and James had said it was a property of high-quality magical portraits, something to do with how the paint was made, a process involving ingredients Harry wasn't going to be able to source in Surrey. The glow was useful. It was also, on the nights when things at Privet Drive had been harder than usual, simply comforting in a way Harry had no interest in analyzing too closely. Because things were hard at Privet Drive. They didn't get better, they just became the known landscape of difficulty, the way weather is difficult without being surprising. Vernon's moods came and went like pressure systems. Petunia's managed resentment was its own climate. Dudley was a force of nature, not intelligent but persistent, in the way that erosion is persistent, and Harry had lost count of the things he'd had taken, broken, or ruined by sheer Dudley proximity. There was the incident when Harry was 7 and a half when Dudley had found one of his notebooks, not the magical one, the maths homework cover notebook, and brought it to Vernon as evidence of something, though the evidence of what remained unclear since Harry wasn't doing anything wrong. Vernon had been in one of his pressure system moods. It had not gone well. That night James had been very still in the portrait for a long time after Harry explained the evening. "Harry," he said finally. "I'm fine," Harry said. "It wasn't, I'm fine." "I know you're fine," James said. "You're also allowed to not be fine." "I am fine," Harry said, with more force than he meant. Silence. "Then, your mother had a bat bogey hex that she invented herself," James said. "She called it therapeutic. When she was frustrated and couldn't do anything about the cause of it directly, she'd find a practice target and hex it until her arm was tired." He paused. "I am obviously not suggesting you hex Dudley." "Obviously," Harry said. "Mostly because you don't have a wand yet and it would be accidental magic and you can't control the scope." "Obviously. But the principle of redirected frustration as a management tool is," Harry laughed. It surprised him, the laugh came up from somewhere involuntary, and then he was really laughing, and James's face did the complicated thing and then he was laughing too, and the two of them sat in the dark of the cupboard laughing at a bat bogey hex that didn't yet exist in Harry's arsenal and the general absurdity of everything. It was better. Not fixed. Just better. That was the other thing about James, he didn't fix things, and he didn't pretend to. He was bracingly, sometimes inconveniently honest. When Harry asked questions he didn't like the shape of, James answered them anyway. When Harry was frustrated, James named the frustration without trying to dissolve it. When Harry asked about his parents' deaths, at 7 and then again at 8 with different questions, James answered, the version appropriate to each age, not because he was hiding anything but because some information required scaffolding, required the context that could only come from learning everything else first. By the time Harry was 8, the scaffolding was substantial. He knew more about magical history than most Hogwarts third years. He could recite the mechanics of every major spell category, describe the theoretical operation of the unforgivables. James had been extremely, almost painfully thorough about these, their mechanics, their history, why they were unforgivable in both a legal and a moral sense, and exactly what made Voldemort's use of them different from ordinary dark magic application. He understood occlumency as a concept, the discipline of ordering one's mind against magical intrusion, though practicing it without an external legilimens was like learning to swim in a room with no water. James walked him through the theory anyway. Harry practiced on himself, building internal structures, sorting his thoughts into categories, learning to hold certain things quiet and still at the center of his mind while allowing the surface to move. "You're remarkably good at this for someone who's never had anyone actually attempt to read their thoughts," James observed one evening, watching Harry run through the mental exercises. "I've had practice," Harry said. "Keeping my face still." He didn't elaborate. He didn't need to. James understood. "Right," he said quietly. "Yes, I suppose you have." The year Harry turned 9 was the year of the big arguments. Not bad arguments, not the kind with lasting damage. The kind that happened between two people who were equally stubborn and equally committed and occasionally encountered the same wall from opposite sides. The first was about the banned spells. James had been working through them methodically, one category at a time, theory before anything, the principle, the structure, the intent required. Most of them Harry absorbed without much friction. But there was a subcategory James called impression magic, spells that left a kind of magical watermark on a person or object, spells that could be used to track, to mark, or to imprint, and when Harry asked why Dumbledore had banned them specifically, James's answer had been more political than theoretical. "He doesn't want people being marked without his knowledge," Harry had said, working it out as he said it. "He wants to know who's connected to what. If people can mark each other without going through official channels, he loses visibility," James said. "That's not a magical reason," Harry said. "That's a control reason." "Yes. Then why are you teaching me the same things he'd ban?" Harry asked. Not accusatorially, genuinely. If he banned them for bad reasons, that's one thing. But some of the ones you've told me about, some of the reasons seem fine. If a spell can be used to hurt someone, everything can be used to hurt someone, James said, with a firmness that stopped Harry mid-thought. A levitation charm can be used to hurt someone. You can levitate a person over a drop and let them go. Does that make Wingardium Leviosa a banned spell? No, Harry said. But it's not designed to, some of the banned spells are. That's true. James looked at him steadily. And you will know which ones those are because I'll tell you exactly what they do and why they're dangerous. I'm not going to gloss over it. But your knowing something, understanding something, is not the same as doing it. And the only version of you I'm afraid of is an ignorant one. He paused. An ignorant wizard is a dangerous wizard. Because they can't predict the consequences of their own actions. I would rather you know exactly what everything does and choose not to use it than have you not know and stumble into something you can't undo. Harry had chewed on that for 3 days before he came back and said, "Okay. But I want you to be honest with me about the ones that are banned for actual magical safety reasons and the ones that are banned for political reasons. I want to know which is which." "Agreed," James said, without hesitation. "That's a fair distinction." The second argument was about Voldemort, and it was harder. Harry was 9.5 when he finally asked for the full context James had been building toward. He'd done the reading, in the library, carefully, the Muggle library and the occasional used book that had found its way to him through a chain of small accidents that were probably not accidents at all. He'd read historical accounts, political analyses, the kind of background that put the Wizarding War in a framework. He'd asked James hundreds of smaller questions that had been, he now understood, building pieces of a larger picture. "Tell me the prophecy," he said one November evening, the same time of year as always, the rain the same. James was quiet for a moment. Then he told it. "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other for neither can live while the other survives." The words fell into the small cupboard and stayed there. Harry sat very still. "He chose me specifically," Harry said. "It could have been someone else, there was another child born at the same time, I remember you said, Neville Longbottom," James said. "Also born at the end of July. The prophecy could have been about either of you. Voldemort chose to come after us." He held Harry's look. "By coming after you, by marking you, the scar, Harry, the lightning bolt, he fulfilled the prophecy. He chose you. And in choosing you, he tied himself to you in a way he didn't intend." "The power he knows not," Harry said. He turned it over. He'd been turning it over since James had told him the words, not even 20 seconds ago, and already it felt like something he'd been carrying for years without knowing what it was. "He doesn't know what the power is. Do you?" James was quiet for a moment. "Your mother died to protect you. The magic in that, the act of love as a magical sacrifice, is ancient and real and not well understood. It left a protection on you. It's why he couldn't kill you as a baby. Whether that's the power the prophecy means," he stopped. "I don't know. I genuinely don't. And anyone who tells you they do is speculating." "Dumbledore probably has a theory," Harry said. "Dumbledore definitely has a theory," James agreed. "He's the kind of man who has theories about everything. And he's right often enough that people stop questioning his theories, which is," he made the sharp, dismissive gesture. "Dangerous. He put me here because of the prophecy," Harry said. "Not a question. He put you here because of the blood protection. Petunia sharing your mother's blood anchors a protective enchantment. There's logic to it." James's voice was careful, measured. "He also put you here because a child who has been kept small and kept ignorant and kept isolated is a child who will be grateful and trusting when someone offers them a place in a bigger world. And a grateful, trusting child is," he stopped. Easier to manage, Harry said. The silence that followed had a weight to it. James, Harry said. I'm not angry at you. I know, James said. I'm angry at me. At us, at the choices we made, the trust we put in people we maybe shouldn't have trusted quite so completely. He looked at Harry. None of it was malicious. That's the complicated part. Dumbledore isn't evil. The choices were made with genuine belief that they were for the best. I know, Harry said again. But best for who? James had no answer for that. Or rather he had the answer, and they both knew what it was, and saying it out loud wasn't going to add anything to what they already understood. That night Harry lay on the sleeping bag for a long time without sleeping, turning the prophecy over and over in his mind like the smooth stone he kept under the board. Either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. A full circle. Impossible to step out of from the inside. The kind of logic that left no gaps. He thought about Voldemort, a person, once, before he'd chosen to stop being one. A person who'd read a prophecy and decided to fulfill it by going to Godric's Hollow with murder on his mind. A person who'd killed James and Lily Potter with 2 words and then bounced off a toddler in a crib and scattered himself across the countryside. He thought about the scar on his forehead. He touched it with 2 fingers the way he sometimes did, just to check it was still there, still part of the texture of his face, still the small lightning bolt that separated him from every other dark-haired boy in England. Neither can live while the other survives. He thought, then one of us won't survive. He thought it without drama, without trembling, without the cold sweat that books suggested should accompany this kind of realization. He thought it the way he thought about maths, like a problem with a defined solution set. One outcome possible from a finite set of variables. His job was to make sure the outcome was the right one. He turned over on the sleeping bag and went to sleep. He was 9 years old, and he slept fine. The year he was 10 was the year of the practical work. James had been building to it for years, and when he announced they were moving from pure theory into physical practice, Harry had been ready for it with a patience that had nothing to do with calm and everything to do with focus. You don't have a wand, James said. You won't until you get to Ollivanders, and the wand matters. It's a conduit that shapes and focuses magical output in ways that make deliberate casting vastly easier. Without one, your access to deliberate magic is limited. Limited but not zero, Harry said. Limited but not zero, James agreed. You've been doing accidental magic your whole life. The goal now is to push the boundary between accidental and deliberate, not full casting, but enough control that the magic responds to intent rather than just emotion. They started with the simplest possible exercise, which was also the hardest. Harry sat cross-legged on the sleeping bag with a small piece of paper, torn from one of his notebooks, in front of him. The goal, make it move. Not lift it, not do anything dramatic. Just move it. A twitch. Half an inch. He stared at it. He thought about what James had told him, about intent as structure, about feeling the reserve he'd been learning to locate for 3 years, that warm steady presence somewhere central in his body that was the seat of his magical ability. He thought about the specific direction of the paper's movement. He held the intent clearly. He breathed. Nothing happened. Don't force it, James said. I'm not. You are. It's very subtle, but you're pushing at it the way you push at a maths problem, with cognitive force. Magic doesn't respond to force. It responds to precision. Harry breathed out. Stopped pushing. Held the intent lightly, the way you hold a very small bird, enough to keep it from leaving, not enough to crush it. The paper moved. 3/4 of an inch, northeast, slightly crumpled. Harry stared at it. Good, James said quietly. It was, Harry looked up at him. It was like it was already there. I didn't push it. I just let it go where it already wanted to go. James smiled. Now you understand what I've been describing for 3 years, he said. The magic is always there. The spell is the permission. The paper exercise became a nightly practice. Harry moved it in different directions, with different speeds, with increasingly fine control. Within 3 weeks he could hold it suspended, not floating, not lift, just perfectly still against a directed counter to gravity's pull, for up to 10 seconds before the effort started fragmenting his concentration. James watched this with the expression of a man recalibrating his expectations upward on an ongoing basis. Most adult wizards without a wand can't get a sustained countergravity effect, he mentioned, carefully neutral. Most adult wizards never practiced it without a wand because they got wands young, Harry said, not looking up from the paper. Also true. The wand probably does make this easier, Harry continued, in the tone of someone being genuinely fair about something. Considerably. Then I should be fine when I get one. Harry, James said, you are going to be absolutely terrifying with a wand. Harry let the paper fall and looked up. Good, he said simply, and James blinked, and then laughed. The accidental magic became less accidental. It still happened spontaneously under strong emotion, the once-a-term incident with Dudley or Vernon that Harry filed under unavoidable consequences, but the edges of it became cleaner. When it happened purposefully, even if the purpose was just self-preservation. Dudley's friend Piers Polkiss had tried to trip Harry in the school corridor once, and the trip had somehow not worked out for Piers in the way he'd planned, resulting in Piers sitting down very suddenly and very hard while Harry continued walking. 2 teachers had looked up from different directions with identical expressions of bewilderment, and Harry had looked equally bewildered, and nothing had come of it. After that, Piers Polkiss stopped trying to trip him. Some lessons at that age weren't just theoretical anymore. James had started teaching him what he called reading a room, not a spell, not a magical concept, just the accumulated practical wisdom of a man who had survived a war. How to notice where the exits were. How to identify who in a space held authority and whether that authority was real or performed. How to hear what people weren't saying. How to respond to a threat without confirming that you'd recognized it as one. This isn't magic, Harry said once. No, James agreed. This is something most magical people never bother to learn because they assume their wand handles it. But a wand can only do what you point it at. You have to know what to point it at first. Harry thought of Aunt Petunia, who never said a word directly about her resentment of having him in her house, but communicated it fluently through the temperature of her voice, the angle of her body when he walked into a room, the specific way she handled his plate at dinner versus Dudley's. He'd been reading rooms since he was 3. He just hadn't known that was what it was called. I'm already doing this, he said. I know, James said. You're doing it well. I just want to make sure you're doing it deliberately and not on reflex. Reflex gets overridden by stress. Deliberate practice doesn't. Some of the warmth went out of the evening at that. Harry thought about the word deliberate and what it meant as applied to his own childhood and didn't pursue the thought any further because pursuing it didn't help anything. But James was watching him with that particular look, the one that meant he was holding back something larger because the moment wasn't right for it, and he said, for what it's worth. The person this environment has made you. Observant, precise, adaptable, genuinely difficult to rattle, those are exceptional qualities in any person, and extraordinary ones in someone your age. He met Harry's eyes. Petunia didn't make them happen. You did. From whatever material you were given. Harry looked at the paper in his lap. Thanks, he said. His voice was level. Can we do the spell mechanics for Protego? You said there were 3 variations. There are 4, James said, taking the redirect without comment. Standard, reflective, absorptive, and what I call retroactive. It's technically banned because it allows a caster to establish a shield after a spell has already been cast if the window is small enough. We'll do all 4. Start with the banned one, Harry said. James's mouth curved. Obviously, he said, and began. The winter Harry turned 10.5 was hard. Vernon's company was doing something difficult that Harry didn't understand and didn't need to, and the pressure system moods came more often and stayed longer, and Petunia's resentment found new angles to operate from, and Dudley was at the age where he was working out that he was bigger than Harry in a way that was qualitatively different from being just bigger. Harry handled it. He handled it the way he handled everything at Privet Drive, with the glass face and the internal architecture James had helped him build, the quiet ordered place inside his head where things were sorted and filed and could not be accessed without permission. But one evening in February he came back from school with a split lip that he hadn't fully managed to conceal by the time he got to the cupboard, and he picked up the portrait from under the board, and the moment James saw him, James went very still. "Dudley?" he asked. "Quiet." "And two of his friends," Harry said. "It's fine." "Harry," I said, "it's fine." He sat down on the sleeping bag. "I got away quicker than they'd have liked. One of them has a sprained wrist, I think. I don't know exactly how that happened." James was quiet for a long moment. Harry could see him controlling something, the painted jaw tight, the eyes very focused. "When you get your wand," James said, carefully, "you will not need to run from people like that ever again." "I know," Harry said. "And at Hogwarts, James." Harry looked at him. "I know. I'm okay." He touched the split lip with the back of his hand. "It looks worse than it is. Can we do the healing theory tonight? You said minor wound treatment was on the list." "That is," James stopped. Restarted. "That is an exceptionally pragmatic reason to ask about that particular topic." "I thought so." James looked at him for a moment longer with the expression Harry didn't have a name for, the one he saw sometimes when he'd said something or done something and James was caught between proud and heartbroken and not able to fully be either because he was a painting and couldn't do anything about it. "All right," James said quietly. "Healing theory. Start with the principle, magical healing is not repair, it's acceleration. You're not fixing tissue, you're instructing tissue to fix itself faster than it naturally would. The magical component is the instruction set, not the action." Harry got out his notebook. "Instruction delivered through intent or incantation?" "Both, but the intent is primary. The incantation structures it, the intent drives it. For minor wounds, a trained healer can," he paused. "Without a wand, for now, the theory will have to be enough. But when you get your wand, the learning curve on this will be very short." "I learn fast," Harry said. "You do," James agreed. And his voice, just for a moment, was not the teacher's voice. It was the father's voice, the one that surfaced sometimes underneath the lesson like a different current moving in a deeper part of the water. "You learn very fast." They worked until the house was fully dark and quiet. Harry took notes. James talked. The split lip stung faintly, and Harry ignored it, and the notebook filled with small careful letters that meant nothing to anyone but him. By spring he'd filled his 9th notebook. One evening in April, a few months before Harry's 11th birthday, James stopped mid-lesson. "What?" Harry said. "You know," James said, in a different tone than his teaching voice, "that I'm proud of you." He said it like someone who'd been building to it and had simply run out of reasons to wait. "Not because of what you know. Not because of how fast you learn. Just, because of who you are. The person in front of me. I want to say it clearly enough that you actually hear it." Harry looked at the portrait. He was 10 years old and he'd lived in a cupboard his whole life, and he was 3 days from completing the theoretical groundwork for a spell that 6th-year Hogwarts students found challenging, and his father was a painting who glowed softly in the dark. "I hear it," he said. "Good," James said. Then, more gently, "Your mum would say the same." With slightly more words and some illustrative examples and probably a chart. Harry laughed. The laugh was easy and real. "She sounds incredible." "She was," James said. "She absolutely was." They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, which was something they'd developed the ability to do somewhere around year 3, the ability to be simply present without filling every second with words. 6 weeks, Harry said. 6 weeks, James confirmed. Harry's 11th birthday was in 6 weeks. The letter would come. Hagrid, probably. James had strong feelings about Hagrid that were entirely fond. The train. The school. Everything the portrait had been describing and preparing for was about to shift from theory to reality. "Am I ready?" Harry asked. James looked at him. Really looked at him, the 10-year-old with the mended lip and the glass face and the 9 notebooks full of everything James Potter had ever known, the boy who'd learned to move paper without a wand and construct mental fortresses and read every room he walked into. "Harry," James said. "Hogwarts isn't ready for you." Harry considered this. Good, he decided. They went back to the lesson. Outside, April was being what April was, uncertain, changeable, throwing brief sharp rain against the ventilation grate and then stopping and then starting again. The pipes breathed. The house settled. Somewhere upstairs Dudley's television murmured through the floor. In 6 weeks, a letter would arrive. In 6 weeks, the second part of the story would begin. But there were 6 weeks left of this first part, and Harry wasn't going to waste them. He picked up his pencil. He opened his notebook to the next clean page. "The retroactive protego," he said. "I want to drill the intent structure again. I don't think I have the timing window down precisely enough." The timing window for the retroactive shield, James said, is approximately 200 milliseconds. "Most wizards can't manage it," Harry said. "I know. How do I train for it?" James smiled. "By doing it wrong several hundred times until your intent formation speed improves," he said. "Welcome to advanced spellwork." Harry wrote retroactive protego, 200 milliseconds window, practice, fail faster at the top of the page. "Right then," he said. "Let's fail." Chapter 3, The Wand Knows First. The letter arrived on a Tuesday. Harry had known it was coming. James had described the process in detail, the owl post, the Hogwarts crest, the specific weight and texture of the parchment, but knowing something was coming and having it actually arrive were two completely different experiences, and Harry sat on the bottom step of the stairs holding the envelope for a full 30 seconds before he opened it. Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs. He read that line 3 times. Something about seeing it written out, the full address, the specific acknowledgement of exactly where he slept, made something tighten in his chest that wasn't quite anger and wasn't quite grief and was probably both. He opened the envelope. The letter was exactly as James had described. Hogwarts crest at the top. The list of required equipment below. Harry read it twice, quickly, and then folded it carefully and put it in his back pocket, because Aunt Petunia was coming down the hallway with the particular stride that meant she'd already decided to be annoyed before she arrived. She saw the envelope in his hand. Her face did the thing. "What is that?" "A letter," Harry said. "I can see it's a letter. Who is it from?" Harry considered his options in the space of about 2 seconds, the glass face, the diplomatic deflection, the careful vague answer, and then he thought of James saying the person this environment has made you, and he thought about 6 years of preparation, and he thought, no. Not this time. "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry," he said clearly. "I've been accepted. I'll need some things." The silence that followed was extraordinary. Petunia went through approximately 5 separate expressions in 4 seconds, shock, denial, fury, something that might have been fear, and then a kind of rigid composure that Harry recognized as her highest grade controlled response. "You will not," she started. "I will," Harry said. Still pleasant. Still clear. It was always going to happen. "You know that. The letter is addressed to the cupboard, Aunt Petunia. Dumbledore knows exactly where I sleep. I'd imagine ignoring this would be noticed." He had no idea if this was true. It might have been. It certainly landed. Petunia stared at him. Her mouth opened and closed once, which he'd never seen her do before. Then she said, in a voice wound very tight, we'll discuss this with your uncle. Of course, Harry said agreeably, and went to start breakfast. The discussion with Uncle Vernon was loud and went through several rooms. Harry let it run its course, contributed precisely as much as was necessary, and by the time it was done, they'd agreed, with significant structural pressure from the letter itself and a pointed mention from Harry that declining a Hogwarts invitation had historically caused problems of a strongly magical variety, that Harry would go. Vernon had turned a color that clashed badly with his tie and retreated to his study. Harry went to the cupboard, retrieved the portrait, and told James. James's face broke into a grin so wide and genuine it transformed the whole portrait, and for a moment he looked about 22 years old and absolutely delighted with everything. "That's my boy," he said. It wasn't complicated, Harry said, though he was also grinning, and they were both aware of it. It was completely complicated and you handled it perfectly. Don't undersell it. I mentioned Dumbledore knowing where I sleep, Harry said. I don't actually know if that's true. It's absolutely true, James said. He has wards on this house. He knows everything that happens here. A brief flash of something darker across his face, and then the grin returned. Which means he knows you just argued your way out of the cupboard. That conversation is probably already more interesting to him than he'd like. They spent the evening going over the school supply list, though Harry already knew most of it from James's descriptions. Standard spell books for first years, Harry had read the theoretical content of all of them, and several more advanced ones besides. Potions equipment. An owl, if desired. A cauldron. The wand, Harry said. Ollivanders. Ollivanders, James confirmed, and his tone changed, became slightly more serious, the way it did when they were entering territory that mattered in ways beyond the purely practical. Garrick Ollivander is the finest wandmaker in Britain. Possibly Europe. He doesn't miss things. He'll clock you immediately, Harry. He'll know you're not a standard first year. Will that be a problem? It'll be interesting, James said. Ollivander's relationship with interesting is, he finds it difficult to resist. He'll test you. The wand selecting process usually takes a few minutes. With you it will probably take longer, because the wands will feel what you are before you've said a word. What do I do? Let them, James said simply. Don't try to force a match. Don't present yourself as more or less than you are. The wand finds you, genuinely finds you, and when it does you'll know. It's not subtle. Harry nodded, tucking this away. What was yours? Mahogany, 11 inches, pliable. Dragon heartstring core. Something warm moved across James's face. It felt like, when it chose me, it felt like the moment when you've been looking for the right word for something and you finally find it. Everything just landed in the right place. He looked at Harry. Your mother's was willow. 10¼ inches. Very responsive. It suited her down to the ground. What will mine be? I have no idea, James said. And that's not false modesty, wands can't be predicted, not even by Ollivander. The connection is individual and genuine. But whatever it is, it'll be right. He paused. Just, be prepared for it to take a while. And don't be surprised if a few of them react strongly before the right one comes along. You have a lot of magic, and untrained magic at your level tends to make wands nervous. Wands get nervous. Wands have something like preferences, James said. They're not sentient. But they respond to the magical signature of a potential owner, and a very large signature can feel overwhelming to a wand that isn't equipped for it. Like turning a fire hose on a teacup. Harry thought about this. Am I the fire hose in this metaphor? You're absolutely the fire hose, James said, with complete seriousness. Very much so. Yes. Diagon Alley happened 2 weeks later. Hagrid came for him on a Saturday morning, enormous and cheerful and carrying an umbrella that had no business being used as an umbrella given its structural situation. Harry had expected Hagrid from James's descriptions, but descriptions and reality weren't the same thing, and the reality of Hagrid filled the doorway of number 4 in a way that made Vernon go very pale. Harry had his things ready. "You already packed," Hagrid said, looking at the small bag by Harry's feet with an expression of mild surprise. "I knew you were coming," Harry said. "Did ya?" Hagrid squinted at him, not unkindly. "How's that?" "Stands to reason," Harry said. The letter came. Someone had to follow up. He picked up his bag. "I'm Harry." "I know who ya are," Hagrid said, with a huge smile. "Knew your parents, I did. Fine people. Best people." His eyes went slightly bright. "You've got James's look about ya." "But the eyes, my mother's," Harry said. "I know." He said it gently, not impatiently. "Shall we go?" Hagrid blinked. "Right, yeah. Diagon Alley first, books, robes, cauldron, telescope, potions equipment," Harry said. "And the wand. Ollivander's last." He glanced back at the house. Petunia was in the hallway, watching. Harry met her eyes for a moment, not confrontationally, just directly, and then turned back to Hagrid. "I'm ready." Hagrid gave him another slightly bewildered look that Harry suspected was going to be a common reaction from a lot of people in the near future. Then Hagrid grinned and led him down the path to the waiting car, which was, in fact, a motorbike with a sidecar, and Harry climbed in with genuine interest, because James had told him about this specific motorbike. "This was Sirius Black's," Harry said, running a hand along the sidecar. Hagrid stared at him. "How'd you, good guess," Harry said. The leaky cauldron was dark and packed and smelled of old wood and 10 different kinds of magic. Harry had a moment, just a moment, stepping through the door from the Muggle Street, where everything shifted. The quality of the air was different. He couldn't have explained it chemically, but it was there, something alive in the atmosphere that Privet Drive never had, something humming at a frequency just below what the ears could properly catch. He stood still for one breath and let it settle into him. Then someone recognized him. It happened fast. A small man with a purple turban turned, and his face did a complicated thing, and then he was pumping Harry's hand and saying something, and then someone else turned, and then there was a ripple of recognition spreading through the room like a stone dropped in water, and Harry was suddenly the center of a great deal of attention. He stood in it. Smiled at the right moments. Answered questions briefly and warmly. Shook hands when offered. Didn't lean into it, didn't pull away from it. Just navigated it the way you navigate a room when you've been reading rooms your whole life. Hagrid watched this with his mouth slightly open. "Yerry very calm about all this," he said, when they'd made it through to the backyard and the magical entrance to Diagon Alley. "People being kind is easy to handle," Harry said. "It's when they're unkind that you need a strategy." Hagrid tapped the bricks in the right sequence and the wall dissolved, and Diagon Alley opened up before Harry like the first chapter of a story he'd already read, but reading about something and standing in it were different things, always different things, and his breath caught. It was loud and bright and impossible. Shops that defied physical sense. Owls in cages outside Elops, their heads rotating with an eerie synchronicity. A cauldron shop with cauldrons stacked in a tower that should have been a structural disaster but wasn't. Robes in windows that moved by themselves. Children his age with wide eyes dragging parents toward shop windows. Adults in robes that ranged from conservative to genuinely alarming. Everything smelling of magic and something like ozone and old books and things Harry couldn't name. He looked at it all with the particular hunger of someone who has studied a map for years and is finally seeing the territory. Gringotts was marble and imposing, and the goblins were exactly as James had described, short, precise, clearly operating on the assumption that humans were an inconvenience to be processed efficiently. Harry treated them with the same directness he treated everyone, which seemed to either confuse or marginally impress them, it was hard to tell. They went down in the cart to the Potter vault. Harry had a key, left with Hagrid, which told him something about the mechanics of how Dumbledore had managed his affairs, and Harry looked at the vault without theatrics and took what he needed. He also noted, for future reference, exactly what was in the vault, including the items that weren't gold. "There are some objects here that aren't currency," he told Hagrid, keeping his tone easy. "Right, yeah, those be family things, left for ya. I'll come back for those," Harry said. Not to Hagrid exactly. Mostly to himself. He pocketed his money, noted the key, and rode the cart back up in satisfied silence. The shopping itself was efficient. Harry knew what he needed and went and got it. He let Hagrid lead where that mattered. Hagrid knew the streets, knew the shopkeepers, and there was a genuine warmth in Hagrid that Harry responded to easily and honestly. When Hagrid stopped to talk to people he knew, Harry listened and filed information. When Hagrid got distracted by a dragon egg being discussed in a dodgy-looking shop, Harry waited with patient amusement. At Madame Malkin's he was fitted for robes by a woman who didn't stop talking and didn't seem to require responses. The boy on the other fitting stool was blonde and slightly pointy and introduced himself immediately with the energy of someone who expected the name to mean something. "Draco Malfoy," he said. "Harry Potter," Harry said. Draco's reaction was very carefully controlled and only partially successful. A flicker of something, surprise, calculation, the rapid internal reshuffle of a boy whose social world was being reorganized in real time. "I've heard about you," Draco said, recovering into something practiced and smooth. "Your family is, my father knew your father." "Did he?" Harry said. It wasn't quite a question. "He speaks of him sometimes." A slight pause, something being decided behind the pale eyes. "I'm sure we'll be in the same house. Slytherin, most likely, for both of us. All the best families. I don't know which house I'll be in," Harry said pleasantly. "Neither do you." He tilted his head slightly, looking at Draco with the reading room's attention he gave everything. The practiced manner. The embedded assumptions about hierarchy. The thing underneath both of those things, which was a boy who had been handed a script at birth and was performing it with real commitment, because questioning the script hadn't occurred to him yet as an option. "What are you most looking forward to?" "At Hogwarts." Draco blinked. The question had come from outside the script. The Quidditch. And defense. "Father says defense is excellent," Harry agreed warmly. "I'm looking forward to it too. And Transfiguration." He kept his tone conversational, not competitive. "What's your best subject so far? Magic-wise?" Another blink. "I've been doing some reading." "Me too," Harry said. He smiled at Draco. Not the glass smile, a real one, curious and easy. "Maybe we'll end up in the same classes." Draco looked at him for a moment with the expression of someone trying to work out whether a conversation had gone well or not. "Maybe," he said, slightly uncertain in a way that Harry suspected he wasn't used to being. Madame Malkin finished with Harry's robes and he climbed down from the stool, nodded to Draco, who was still being internally reorganized, and went to find Hagrid. "How'd that go?" Hagrid asked. "Fine," Harry said. "He's been trained to do a certain thing. He'll need to work out himself whether it's worth continuing." He looked down the alley toward Ollivander's. "Can we go get the wand?" The shop was narrow and a little dark, and it smelled of sawdust and cedar and something older, something that Harry's magical sense, which had been developing like a new muscle for years, registered as powerful and precise and layered in ways that made the air feel textured. Garrick Ollivander came from between shelves of boxes with the unhurried movement of someone who measured time differently from ordinary people. He was old. His eyes were silver gray and they landed on Harry immediately with a quality of attention that was nothing like the attention Harry had gotten in the Leaky Cauldron. That had been recognition and sentiment. This was something else. This was assessment. "Harry Potter," Ollivander said. His voice was soft and carried perfectly. "I wondered when I'd be seeing you." "Hello," Harry said. Ollivander looked at him with those silver eyes for a long moment. Long enough that Hagrid shifted slightly behind Harry. Harry didn't shift. He looked back at Ollivander steadily and waited. "Your father," Ollivander said slowly. "Mahogany. 11 inches. Pliable. Dragon heartstring. Good for transfiguration." He tilted his head slightly. "And your mother?" "Willow. 10 1/4. Swishy. Excellent for charms work." He studied Harry. "And you?" "I think, yes. Something is going to happen today, Mr. Potter. I can feel it already." "The wand finds the wizard," Harry said. Something moved in Ollivander's expression. "Indeed it does," he said, and something in his tone suggested Harry had said something he hadn't expected. "Indeed it does. Let us begin. Which is your wand hand?" "Right," Harry said. "Then, probably." Ollivander's silver eyes sharpened with interest. "Probably. I'm largely ambidextrous. I favor right slightly." He extended both hands, palms up. "Take whichever measurement helps." Ollivander looked at his hands for a moment. Then he smiled, very faintly, and produced his measuring tape, and the tape went to work on its own while Ollivander began pulling boxes from the shelves. The first wand was beech, 9 inches, unicorn tail hair. It had barely cleared the box when Harry felt it, a kind of resistance, like putting your hand out to a skittish animal and feeling it lean back. The wand was not wrong, exactly. It just wasn't right. He gave it a wave. A shower of sparks, pale and uncertain. Ollivander took it back without comment. The second wand was maple, 7 inches, phoenix feather. It felt warmer, more interested, but there was something mismatched about it, like a left shoe on a right foot, close but functionally wrong. More sparks. More undirected, slightly anxious energy. "Interesting," Ollivander murmured. He was watching Harry's face as much as the wand's. "Most unusual. Most of them don't react quite so, clearly." "You're not a blank slate, Mr. Potter." "No," Harry agreed. "You've had some exposure to magical theory." "Not a question." Harry met his eyes. "Yes." Ollivander held his gaze for a moment. Then he turned and went deeper into the shelves, and when he came back he had a box that was slightly different from the others, darker wood, the lid fitting more precisely, the kind of case that held something that had been waiting with intention. "Holly," Ollivander said, carefully. 11 inches. Supple. And the core, he opened the lid. Phoenix feather. A rather remarkable feather, as it happens. The phoenix who donated it gave only 2 feathers. Ever. He looked at Harry steadily. "Its brother, the other feather, is in the wand that gave you that scar." Harry looked at the wand. He picked it up. And everything that James had described, the warmth, the rightness, the moment of a word finally found, happened all at once, but more than that. More than James had described, because James's wand had been right for James, and this was right for Harry in a way that was specific to Harry, to the 6 years of theory and practice and accumulated intent, to the vast amount of magic that had been building without an outlet since before he could walk. The wand lit the whole shop. Not sparks, not the uncertain pale sparks of the mismatched wands. Light, actual golden light, warm and steady and radiating outward in a wave that moved the papers on Ollivander's counter and made the boxes on the shelves vibrate slightly in their rows and startled a sound out of Hagrid behind him that was somewhere between a gasp and a word. Harry stood holding the wand and let the light run through him and thought, there it is. The structure he'd been building the intent into for years, the shape of every spell he'd memorized, the framework of everything James had taught, the wand found all of it and recognized it, and the recognition went both ways. He closed the light down deliberately. It didn't resist. It responded exactly as intended, as precisely as he'd asked, and the sensation of having his magic respond to precise deliberate intention for the first time was extraordinary, like being deaf your whole life and hearing cleanly for the first time. He set the wand carefully on the counter. Ollivander was staring at him. His silver eyes were very wide. That, Ollivander said softly, does not happen. The light? The control, Ollivander said. The light is, that alone would be remarkable. But a first year, on a first correct match, does not close down a wand response with deliberate intention. The wand's initial expression is automatic, uncontrolled. You closed it down. On purpose. In the space of perhaps 3 seconds. He looked at Harry with an expression that was equal parts professional astonishment and personal fascination. Who taught you? Harry met his eyes. My father, he said simply. Ollivander was very still for a moment. James Potter has been dead for 10 years, he said carefully. I know, Harry said. 7 galleons, isn't it? He reached into his money bag. For the wand. A long pause. Then Ollivander said, very quietly, yes. 7 galleons. He accepted the coins and placed the wand back in its box, which he handed to Harry. Mr. Potter. His tone had shifted, the professional assessment still there, but underneath it something that was nearly, carefully, warning. The wand connected to your scar. You understand what that means for your path. I understand what people will say it means, Harry said. I'm not sure those are the same thing. Ollivander looked at him for a long moment. Then he did something Harry hadn't expected, he smiled. Not faintly, not professionally. Genuinely, with something that might have been relief. No, Ollivander said. I don't suppose they are. He stepped back. Good luck, Mr. Potter. Though I suspect luck will have rather less to do with it than usual. Harry picked up the wand box and turned to find Hagrid staring at him with an expression he hadn't seen on Hagrid's face before, a kind of wondering, slightly overawed look that was clearly trying to resolve itself into its usual cheerful warmth. What in the, Hagrid started. Ice cream. Harry said. I saw a place. Florian Fortescue's. Yeah. Ice cream, Hagrid said, a bit weakly. They sat outside with ice cream in the late afternoon sun, Hagrid with something enormous involving 5 scoops and what appeared to be a small umbrella, Harry with a single scoop of something that tasted like a color he didn't have a word for, and Hagrid kept looking at him with that trying to resolve expression. You weren't surprised, Hagrid said finally. Not about any of it. The leaky cauldron, Gringotts, the shops, Diagon Alley. Not surprised. I knew I was a wizard, Harry said. Since when? Since I was 5, Harry said. Hagrid set down his enormous ice cream. Who told ya? Harry considered this. He looked at the afternoon crowds of Diagon Alley, the witches and wizards going about their shopping, the children with their wide eyes and pointing fingers, the whole extraordinary ordinary world he was about to enter properly. Someone who loves me, he said. That's enough of an answer. Hagrid looked at him for a long time with those small, kind eyes. Then he said, very quietly, you're gonna be all right, aren't ya? Whatever happens. Yes, Harry said. He said it without bluster, without performance, without the glass face. Just as a fact, the way you state any fact you've done the working for. I am. Hagrid nodded slowly. Something in his expression settled, like a knot being tied off properly. They sat in the sun and finished their ice cream. Around them, Diagon Alley hummed and sparkled and moved, and Harry turned the wand box over in his hands, not opening it, just feeling it. Holly and Phoenix Feather, 11 inches, supple, twin core to the wand of the man who'd killed his parents. James had explained the twin core connection years ago, matter-of-factly, in the same tone he used for difficult magical theory. The brother wands can't be forced to act against each other. When they meet in combat, priori incantatem, the echo of the caster's previous spells. It's a protection and a complication. You need to know it's there. Harry did know it was there. He also knew what it meant tactically, what it meant strategically, and what it didn't mean, which was that he was constrained by it in any engagement where other wands were available. Magic was resourceful. James had taught him to be resourceful. He put the box in his bag. That evening, back at Privet Drive, with Vernon and Petunia both conspicuously absent from the ground floor and Dudley parked in front of the television, Harry went to the cupboard and took out the portrait and the wand together. James looked at the wand. "Holly," Harry said. 11 inches. "Phoenix feather?" James said. "Yes." James was quiet for a moment. "Ollivander told you about the brother wand?" "Yes." And it's useful information," Harry said. He held the wand properly for the first time, properly, with intent behind it, with 6 years of structured knowledge behind the intent, and looked at the paper on the shelf. The same piece of paper he'd been moving with accidental magic for a year. He cast Wingardium Leviosa in a full whisper, the wand movement compressed to almost nothing because he knew the theory so completely he barely needed it. The paper rose to the ceiling and stayed there, perfectly still, without a tremor. Harry brought it back down with finite, set it on the shelf. He and James looked at each other. "How did that feel?" James asked, quiet. Harry thought about the right word for it. He turned it over a few times. Then he said, "Like I've been singing in my head for 6 years and I've finally made a sound." James closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, the complicated thing was fully present, the pride and the grief and the love all running together, not trying to be sorted. "Right," he said. His voice was slightly rough. "Let's see how far we can get tonight. Full casting, all disciplines, starting from the beginning. Show me what you can do with a wand behind the theory." "Everything," Harry said. "That's what I can do." "Yes," James said, and for the first time it wasn't the pleased bewildered voice of a teacher recalibrating expectations. It was something simpler. A father who had spent 6 years pouring everything he had into a painting for exactly this moment. "I know," James said. "I've always known." Harry raised the wand and began. They worked for 4 hours without stopping. James called spells and Harry cast them, not perfectly, not all of them. The physical adjustment from theory to wand work was real and took real effort, and 4 of the spells in the first hour came out sideways or inside out or with the wrong color entirely, and each failure was immediate and specific and led directly to the adjustment. But by the second hour the failures were smaller. By the third, they were mostly corrections of precision rather than fundamentals. By the fourth, James had stopped calling easy spells. He was into the intermediate level, the spells that Hogwarts taught in 3rd and 4th year. Harry cast all of them. Not all of them perfectly. But all of them functionally. When James finally called a halt, Harry's magical reserve had dipped noticeably, not empty but expressing the particular tiredness that came from sustained channeling. Harry lowered the wand and looked at his hand. "I used too much on the banishing charm," he said. "I overinvested the intent. It went further than I wanted." 40 feet further, James agreed. "The table is going to need explaining." Harry looked at the corner of the cupboard where the small table he'd been using as a target had been. "I'll say it fell," he said. "I'll put it back tomorrow. The point stands, overinvestment on large-scale movement spells. You're used to operating without a wand, so you push hard. With the wand, you don't need to push as hard. The wand amplifies considerably. You're going to need to recalibrate your baseline. Everything you do will be," he stopped and made a considering face, "larger than you intend for a while. Mind it." "Noted." Harry sat down on the sleeping bag, wand across his knees, breathing steadily. He felt warm all the way through, not overexerted, just used, the way muscles feel at the end of a good run. His magic reserve was lower but the quality of it felt better somehow, cleaner, like a river running through a wider channel. "James," he said. "Yeah. In 5 weeks I get on the train." 5 weeks, James confirmed. "What do I need to know?" About people. Not spells, spells I have. About navigating it. The politics. The factions. What it's actually going to be like. He looked at the portrait steadily. Everything you didn't teach me because it was abstract until now. James looked at him. Then he settled in the frame with the focused, serious energy he brought to the lessons that really mattered. All right, he said. The houses first. Not the mythology, the reality. They talked until 2 in the morning. Not spells. People. How Slytherin's reputation caused and perpetuated a cycle James had thought about for years. Why Hufflepuff was underestimated in ways that were both convenient for Hufflepuff and revealing about everyone else. Why Gryffindor's culture of performed bravery sometimes ate its own. What Ravenclaw's relationship to competition really looked like from the inside. He told Harry about the teachers. About Snape, all of it, carefully, honestly, the full complicated picture that Harry had been waiting for with the context now properly in place. About McGonagall, who was more interesting than her reputation suggested. About Flitwick, who was quietly exceptional. About Quirrell, whose current appointment was something James mentioned with a frown and a specific hesitation that Harry noted. What about Quirrell? Harry asked. He was fine, James said slowly. 5 years ago. Competent, nervous, decent enough at the subject. But there are rumors, nothing concrete, that his sabbatical last year changed him. He looked at Harry. Be cautious. That's all I'll say. How cautious? Alert, James said. Not paranoid. Alert. Harry filed it. It went next to everything else that was filed, in the ordered quiet place. At 2 in the morning he wrapped the portrait carefully and put it back under the board. He lay on the sleeping bag with the wand on the shelf above him, where he could see it if he opened his eyes. Holly. 11 inches. Phoenix feather. The same bird's feather as the wand that had killed his parents. He thought about Ollivander saying it does not happen, about the way Harry had controlled the initial surge. He thought about James saying you are going to be absolutely terrifying with a wand. He thought about a train that left from platform 9 3/4, and a castle that made no architectural sense on purpose, and a sorting hat, and teachers who didn't know yet what was coming through their door. He thought, 5 weeks. He fell asleep with one hand resting near the wand. Outside, Privet Drive was dark and quiet and completely ordinary. The houses were all the same and all the same lights were off and all the same neat gardens were sleeping through the same suburban night. Inside number 4, in the cupboard under the stairs, Harry Potter's wand glowed very faintly in the dark. Not enough for anyone else to see. Just enough. Chapter 4, The Train, the Hat, and the Boy Who Already Knew. The Hogwarts Express left at 11. Harry arrived at King's Cross at 10:15 with a trolley, an owl he'd named Archimedes. James had approved of this on the grounds that it suggested someone who understood the relationship between theory and application, and the particular settled alertness of someone who has been preparing for a thing for a very long time and is ready to stop preparing and start doing. He'd said goodbye to the portrait the night before. It hadn't been dramatic. James wasn't a dramatic person, enthusiastic, warm, occasionally loud, but not dramatic. They'd talked through what was coming one last time, not reviewing the spells or the theory but just talking, the way they'd spent thousands of hours talking across 6 years in the dark. James had told him about his own first time on the train. About being 11 and terrified and performing not terrified badly enough that Sirius had noticed and called him on it within the first 20 minutes of knowing him. What did you do? Harry had asked. Told him to mind his own business, James said. And then we talked for 4 hours and I didn't think about being terrified once. He'd smiled at the memory. Sirius is, a pause. He's in Azkaban. The prison. Wrongly, I believe. It's complicated. You'll hear his name spoken badly. Don't accept it without reservation. Harry had stored that information next to everything else that needed future attention. I'm going to miss talking to you, he'd said, which was direct enough that it surprised him slightly. He wasn't usually direct about that particular category of feeling. I'll be here when you come back, James said. Under the board. Same as always. He'd held Harry's look through the glow. Go make some friends, Harry. Real ones. You've been in school with people for 5 years and kept everyone at exactly the right distance to avoid trouble. You can stop doing that now. I know, Harry said. I mean it. I know, James. I mean it too. James had looked at him for a long moment. Your mum would be, he'd stopped. She'd be extraordinary about this moment. She'd have said something exactly right and you'd have remembered it your whole life. He'd breathed out. I'll just say, go. You're ready. More than ready. Go find out what ready means when the world is actually in front of you. Harry had put the portrait back under the board and gone to bed and slept well. Now, at King's Cross, he found the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, checked his trolley, and walked through it at a comfortable pace without breaking stride, which he'd been able to do since he was 8 because James had described the exact technique, not a rush, not a hesitation, the confidence of walking through something you fully expect to be on the other side of. The Scarlet engine was enormous and brilliant and exactly as described, sitting in clouds of white steam that moved and shifted in ways that steam from ordinary engines didn't. The platform was full of families, noise, trolleys, owls, cats, the particular controlled chaos of a departure. Harry stood for a moment and read the room. Clusters of families, some robes, some muggle clothes. Children his age trying to project composure with varying degrees of success. Older students who'd done this before, moving with the practiced ease of the experienced. A few people his age who were alone, looking around with the same alert assessment Harry was doing, which meant they were either second-generation magical and comfortable, or first-generation and pretending to be. He spotted a girl with bushy brown hair standing near the barrier with a set of extremely well-organized luggage and what appeared to be a comprehensive checklist, which she was working through with focused efficiency while her parents stood slightly back and watched her with expressions of mixed pride and bemusement. She checked something off, checked it again, looked satisfied, then looked around and immediately started assessing the platform with sharp dark eyes that catalogued everything they landed on. Harry made a note of her. He found a compartment 2/3 of the way down the train. Middle position was optimal for a variety of reasons James had articulated regarding sight lines, exit proximity, and the sociology of train seating, stowed his trunk, settled Archimedes' cage on the overhead rack, and sat down with a book he'd been reading on magical theory that was technically a third-year text and still contained about 4 things he found genuinely new. He'd been reading for about 10 minutes when the compartment door slid open and a red-haired boy looked in with the slightly uncertain energy of someone who isn't sure if a space is claimed. "D'you mind?" "Everywhere else is, come in," Harry said. He closed the book, because James had been very clear that books as social shields were a specific failure mode he didn't want Harry falling into. The red-haired boy hauled his trunk in with the particular effort of someone whose trunk was held together by 2 different locking mechanisms and faith, dropped into the opposite seat and stuck out a hand with a directness that Harry immediately liked. "Ron Weasley." "Harry Potter." Ron's eyebrows went up. He looked at Harry's forehead, at the scar, visible under the hair that never lay flat. "Oh," he said. Then, with a refreshing absence of ceremony, "Brilliant. My brothers have been going on about you for years." He leaned back. "Fred and George mostly. Percy doesn't go on about anything except whether he's filed the right form." "How many brothers do you have?" Harry asked. 5. "And a sister who's starting next year. She's devastated she can't come now." He said all of this with the easy fluency of someone who'd been surrounded by people his whole life and had never needed to think about conversation as a skill. "You're not what I expected." "What did you expect?" Ron considered this honestly. "Taller, maybe. Also more." He made a vague gesture that seemed to encompass important looking. "You're reading a third-year book." "I like reading," Harry said. "What's it about?" Magical theory. The relationship between intent and physical magical expression. He watched Ron's face. It's actually interesting. The argument is that most wizards only access about 60% of their available magical capacity because they've learned to think of spellcasting as word plus motion rather than word plus motion plus directed intent as a unified concept. Ron blinked. Then he said, "My brother Bill says something like that. He's a curse breaker. He says most people cast like they're reading from a recipe instead of cooking." He paused. "He's the clever one." "Well, they're all clever except me, supposedly." He said it without real bitterness, more like a fact that had been established by committee and which he'd decided not to spend energy arguing with. "Who established supposedly?" Harry asked. "Mostly themselves," Ron said, which made Harry laugh. The compartment filled with easy conversation after that. Ron was funny in a way that was completely unself-conscious. He made observations about people and things with the confident bluntness of someone who hadn't learned to pre-filter, and most of the observations were accurate. He knew things about the wizarding world that books didn't contain, which Quidditch teams were actually good versus which were fashionable, which shops in Diagon Alley were run by people who'd shortchange you if you weren't paying attention, what the food was like at Hogwarts in honest unsentimental detail, which teachers were worth taking seriously and which ones could be navigated. Harry listened to all of it with genuine interest. Ron was giving him the texture of a world that James's portrait had described from above, from the altitude of someone who'd lived it once and remembered it. Ron gave it from inside, from the ground level of someone whose family had always been in it. "What house do you think you'll be in?" Ron asked, through a mouthful of chocolate frog. "Gryffindor," Harry said. He said it without particular drama. "Yeah. You sound sure." "I am sure." He caught Ron's expression. "Not because of my parents. Because I know what I value." He thought of James explaining the houses, not the mythology but the reality. Courage isn't performing bravery. It's making the right call when the right call is hard. That's what I believe in. He paused. Also, Slytherin would make some people's assumptions feel validated, and I have no interest in that. Ron grinned. "My whole family's been Gryffindor. If I'm not in Gryffindor, my mum will. She won't be angry, she'll be." He mimed something that suggested extreme maternal love expressed as complete emotional devastation. "Worse than angry." "You'll be in Gryffindor," Harry said. "You don't know that. You're loyal, you're direct, you're brave enough to sit down next to a complete stranger with the most famous scar in the wizarding world and lead with your name." Harry looked at him. "You'll be in Gryffindor." Ron blinked. "I did just do that," he said, as though this hadn't occurred to him. The door slid open again. The girl with the bushy hair and the checklist stood in the entrance, looking in with brisk efficiency. "Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one." She looked between them, cataloging both rapidly. Then she looked at Harry's open book, the cover visible, and her expression shifted into something sharper, more interested. "Is that Rune's Analytical Guide to Magical Theory? That's third-year supplemental reading." "Yes," Harry said. "I tried to get that from the library before we left but my list was already very long," she said, in the tone of someone making a logistical complaint rather than a boast. "I'm Hermione Granger." "Harry Potter." "Ron Weasley." She looked at Harry with the same recalibrating expression he'd been getting all day, handled it faster than most, and then sat down with the decisive movement of someone who has made a decision. "The toad is probably under a seat 3 compartments back. I noticed it loose when I walked through, a toad that color would have gone toward the darker area." She said this while simultaneously pulling a book from her bag. "This compartment's heading is northeast," the toad went northeast. She looked up at Ron. "Are you going to go tell Neville?" Ron looked at Harry. Harry gestured with his head, amiably. Ron went. Hermione settled her book on her knee, the standard book of spells, grade 1, which she'd clearly already annotated in at least 2 colors of ink, and looked at Harry with those cataloging eyes. You're not what I expected, she said. Everyone keeps saying that, Harry said. The runes book is the reason, she said, with the directness of someone who explains their reasoning as a matter of course. First years don't read runes. Most third years don't read runes voluntarily. It means you've been studying independently. She looked at him. You grew up Muggle-side. Yes. So someone taught you. Yes. She waited for more. When more didn't come, she shifted with the slight adjustment of someone who respects a boundary while filing the question for later. I've been reading everything I can find since I got my letter, she said instead. I've read all the course books twice and most of the supplemental list once. I've read Hogwarts, a history 3 times. She glanced at him. Have you read it? I know it fairly well, Harry said, which was true. James had covered the salient points thoroughly, and Harry had read the book itself over one focused weekend at the library. What do you think the sorting process actually involves? She asked, with the energy of someone who has been thinking about this for months and hasn't had anyone useful to talk to about it. The book is vague. It says the sorting hat considers many factors but doesn't specify the weighting. It's a genuine conversation, Harry said. The hat reads your mind and you can engage back with it. The weighting is individual, it finds where you be most yourself. She stared at him. How do you know that? I read it somewhere, he said pleasantly. She narrowed her eyes. She had very sharp eyes that didn't particularly appreciate vagueness, which Harry found he liked, and then let it go, because Ron came back with a round-faced boy carrying a damp toad who introduced himself as Neville Longbottom in the voice of someone who apologized for existing as a standard greeting. Harry looked at Neville with specific attention, because James had told him about Neville, about the other child born at the end of July, the other possible subject of the prophecy. What Harry saw was a boy who was holding his toad too tightly because he was afraid to lose it again and was looking at Harry with an expression of pure nervous recognition. Neville, Harry said. I'm Harry. That seat's free if you want it. Neville blinked. Oh, thank you. I'm sorry about, I didn't mean to. Sit down, Harry said, not unkindly. What's the toad's name? Trevor. Neville sat, held Trevor a little more loosely. He goes wandering. I'm not sure he likes being owned. He looked at Harry with something slightly more present in his expression. Do you think animals can dislike being owned? I think some of them definitely can, Harry said, looking at Archimedes, who was examining everyone with the judicial air of a bird who had agreed to this arrangement under specific conditions. Archimedes has opinions about most things. Neville almost smiled. Something in his posture shifted, the held too tight quality loosening. The 5 of them, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, and the intermittent presence of a pair of identically mischievous-looking twins who were Ron's brothers and kept appearing at the door with grins that suggested they were running an operation of some kind, made for a compartment that was, Harry thought, a reasonable start. He'd been telling himself for years that he was fine with solitude. It was true, and it was also not the whole truth. James had said, go find out what ready means when the world is actually in front of you. The world was in front of him, and it turned out that having people in it was better than not having people in it in a way that was obvious and uncomplicated, and he'd have worked it out sooner if the cupboard had allowed. Draco Malfoy appeared at the compartment door somewhere north of Birmingham. He had 2 large boys behind him who were clearly fulfilling a function, and he had his practiced smooth manner, and he looked between the compartment's occupants with the rapid assessment of someone measuring a social situation. His eyes landed on Harry. Potter, he said. I heard you were on the train. He glanced at Ron with a specific quality that Harry read as deliberate. You don't want to make the wrong friends. I've already made the right ones, Harry said pleasantly. Not aggressively, pleasantly. Like someone reporting a completed task. Draco's expression shifted. The smoothness held, but something underneath it adjusted. My father has his own views, Harry said. I look forward to forming mine. He held Draco's gaze steadily. I met you at Madame Malkin's. You were interesting. You're still interesting. I don't know enough about you yet to know whether we'll be friends or not. He tilted his head slightly. Neither do you. So the question of wrong friends seems a bit early. The compartment was very quiet. Ron was looking at Harry with an expression of complete fascination. Hermione had looked up from her book. Even Neville had stopped worrying about Trevor. Draco was doing the internal reorganization thing again. Harry watched it happen, the script he'd been handed since birth encountering genuine novelty, the gears catching. He wasn't angry. He wasn't intimidated. He looked, mostly, as though he didn't know which page he was supposed to be on. We'll see then, he said finally, in a voice that was trying for dismissive and landing somewhere more uncertain. We will, Harry agreed, and went back to his book. Draco left. The large boys followed. Ron let out a breath. That was Draco Malfoy, he said, with the air of someone providing important context. I know. I talked to him at Madame Malkin's. His family they were you-know-whose people. Death Eaters. I know that too, Harry said. He looked at Ron. That's his family's history. Not necessarily his. He thought of James saying, the person performing a script they were handed at birth, deciding whether it's worth continuing. I'd rather see what he does than assume what he is. Ron looked skeptical but interested. Hermione looked at Harry over her book with those sharp eyes and didn't say anything, which meant she was thinking, which Harry was already learning was Hermione's most significant mode of operation. That's very generous, she said finally. Most people would just say he's awful and move on. Most people have more capacity for prejudgment than I do, Harry said. I find it's faster to just look. Faster for what? For working out who's actually worth knowing. She looked at him for a moment. Then she looked back at her book. But her expression had shifted into something that wasn't quite a smile but was adjacent to one. The sun went down somewhere over Scotland. The train moved through dark hills and Harry sat reading, occasionally talking, occasionally listening, thinking about James's voice on the platform and the story he'd told. I was 11 and terrified and performing not terrified badly, and thinking that this was what it felt like when you didn't need to perform it badly, when you'd had 6 years to decide that terrified was not the operating mode and had actually managed to change the operating mode. He wasn't terrified. He was alert. He was interested. He was, for the first time since he could remember, among people who didn't have any reason to want to make his life smaller, and the relief of that was enormous in a way he hadn't expected and didn't intend to examine too closely on a train. The food trolley came. Harry bought a reasonable quantity of things. He ate a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean that turned out to be earwax, which Hermione thought was disgusting and which Ron found hilarious, and they spent a satisfying 20 minutes trying to identify flavors, which was significantly funnier than it had any reason to be, and Neville turned out to have an extremely dry sense of humor that emerged from underneath the nervous exterior when he'd had enough time to feel safe. And Harry stored all of this with the warmth of someone who has discovered a thing they'd suspected was possible but hadn't experienced directly. When they arrived, it was Hagrid who led the first years across the lake. Harry sat in a boat with Ron and Hermione and Neville, and the castle rose out of the darkness above them, and Harry looked at it, the towers, the lit windows, the impossible satisfying scale of it, and felt the same shift he'd felt walking into Diagon Alley, but deeper. He knew this place. James had described it in such detail, across so many evenings, that Harry had maps of it in his head, had routes and shortcuts and knew which corridors changed on Thursdays. He'd heard about the Great Hall and the Forbidden Forest and the moving staircases and the ghosts. But knowing and seeing were still different things. They were always different things. It was beautiful. It was ridiculous. It was architecturally impossible, and it hummed with centuries of accumulated magic the way a struck bell hums with its note. You didn't hear it, exactly, but you felt it, the resonance of it moving through everything. He let himself have the moment. Just the moment, the boat on the dark water, the castle overhead, the 11-year-olds around him who didn't know what was coming. Then the moment passed and he started thinking about the sorting. Professor McGonagall met them inside, tall, severe, tartan-robed, with the manner of someone who had managed first-year groups for long enough to have become entirely imperturbable. She gave the standard speech with practiced efficiency, and Harry listened while simultaneously observing the group of first-years around him. 40-odd children. The range of backgrounds visible in how they were standing, some clearly magical family children who knew what was coming, some clearly muggle-born with wide eyes and the particular held-breath quality of someone in a story they hadn't expected to get into. Neville was holding Trevor again. Hermione was doing something with her hands that looked like she was running through memorized notes. Ron was going slightly pale. "How do they sort us?" A boy behind Harry asked his neighbor. "Some kind of test," the neighbor whispered back. "There's no test," Hermione said, without turning around, in the corrective reflex of someone who cannot leave wrong information unaddressed. "She's right," Harry said, pleasantly, to the group. Several heads turned. "It's a hat. An old hat that reads your personality and decides which house you'd be best suited for. No test." He caught McGonagall looking at him from the doorway with an expression he couldn't fully read, sharp and appraising. He smiled at her. She looked away. They went in through the great doors, into the great hall. Harry had been prepared for it. The ceiling enchanted to show the night sky, the floating candles, the 4 long house tables, the staff table at the head, the whole impossible warm golden grandeur of it. He'd been prepared, and it was still something. He stood with the first-year group and looked at it all and breathed it in, and filed it, and waited. The sorting hat sat on a stool at the front of the hall. When the hall was quiet, it sang. Harry listened to the song, different lyrics every year, James had told him, composed fresh for each intake, and thought the hat was either genuinely creative or had access to a very good thesaurus. McGonagall called names. One by one, students went to the stool, put on the hat, and were sorted. Hermione went early, the H's came first, and the hat took about 4 seconds before calling Gryffindor, and Hermione walked to the table with the slightly stunned expression of someone whose preferred outcome has been confirmed. Ron went and was sorted Gryffindor with the hat barely touching his head. Neville went and sat frozen on the stool for almost a minute before the hat called Gryffindor, and he practically fell off the stool getting to the table. "Potter, Harry." The whispers started before he reached the stool. He heard his name moving through the hall like water moving through cracks, the older students, the ones who'd grown up with the story of what had happened 10 years ago. He sat on the stool and picked up the hat. He put it on. The darkness of the hat settled around him like a curtain drawn, and then a voice spoke inside his head, not loud, not aggressive, a quiet and intensely thoughtful voice, the voice of something very old that had spent centuries thinking about exactly one thing. "Ah," it said. "Now here is something I have not seen in quite some time." "I've heard about you," Harry thought back. James had told him you could think at the hat. "Have you?" It wasn't startled, exactly. More intrigued. "You've been thinking about this moment for a long time." 6 years. 6 years. Yes. Something moved through the hat's attention, the quality of a very thorough mind encountering something that engaged it properly. "The knowledge in you, extraordinary for 11. Truly extraordinary. The magical potential, yes, I can see that very clearly. And the mind, ordered. Disciplined. You've built structures here that most adults never manage. I had a good teacher." "You had a portrait," the hat said simply, and Harry went very still inside. "You know. I know everything in the mind I'm sitting on." "Yes. A portrait of James Potter, 11 years knowledge and personality preserved, and you found him at 5 and you've been learning ever since. You have been educated, Mr. Potter, in ways that I have not seen since your father's generation, perhaps, and even then not quite like this." A pause. He'd be proud. Harry didn't have anything to say to that. He felt something move in his chest and let it move. "Now," the hat continued, with the brisk energy of returning to business, the question of placement. You could be in any house, truthfully. Your ambition is real, not the hungry kind, but the purposeful kind. Your intelligence is profound. Your capacity for loyalty is demonstrated by 6 years of dedication to a painting you couldn't take with you to school. And your courage is the one I believe in, Harry thought. Not the performance of it. The actual making the right call when it's hard version. Yes, the hat said. That's Gryffindor's true nature. Not the loud version, not the bravado, the core of it. Making the call when it's hard. A brief pause. Is there anything you'd like to say, before I decide? Harry thought for a moment. Then, my dad went to Gryffindor. He did. And my mum. She did. I'm not asking to go because of that, Harry thought clearly. I'd go wherever I actually fit. But I think I fit there, and I want you to know that I know the difference between legacy and choice, and this is a choice. The hat was quiet for a moment that felt longer than it probably was. Then, yes, it said, with something that sounded very nearly like warm approval. It is. A breath, if hats could breathe. Then, full volume, to the hall, Gryffindor. Harry pulled the hat off and set it on the stool and walked toward the Gryffindor table, where the cheering was loud and Ron was already making room and Hermione was clapping with the specific enthusiasm of someone who had been quietly hoping for a particular outcome. He sat down between Ron and Hermione. The Gryffindor table welcomed him with the genuine uncomplicated warmth of people who were glad to have him, not just for what he was but for the fact that he'd sat down here and was apparently a real person and not a legend. Across the hall, Draco Malfoy had been sorted into Slytherin and was sitting very precisely at his table and watching Harry with an expression that Harry couldn't quite read from this distance. Not hostile, not friendly. Thinking. The sorting finished. Dumbledore stood. Harry had never seen Dumbledore in person. He looked at him now with the full attention of someone who had spent years understanding what they were looking at, the silver beard, the half-moon glasses, the eyes that were described as twinkling but which Harry saw as something more precise than that. Sharp, aware, assessing. Warm, genuinely, but warm the way a lighthouse is warm. The warmth was real, and the light was real, and the purpose of both was navigation. Guiding ships where they needed to go. Dumbledore's eyes moved over the first-year students at the Gryffindor table and paused on Harry with the briefest of pauses that wouldn't have been visible to most people in the room. Harry held his gaze for a moment. Steady. Easy. Then he looked away at the food appearing on the table, because the food was excellent and he was genuinely hungry, and there would be time enough for Dumbledore. Start with the shepherd's pie, Ron said, already halfway through his first serving. The beef is good too, but the shepherd's pie is. He made a sound of sincere appreciation. Harry took the shepherd's pie. After dinner, Dumbledore spoke again, the traditional warnings about the Forbidden Forest and Filch's list of banned items, delivered with the lightness of a man who knows the warnings are mostly theatrical. Then, at the end, something that made Harry pay closer attention, and finally, I ask that students refrain from entering the third-floor corridor on the right side. Those who do not wish to die most painfully would do well to heed this. He smiled as though this were a mild administrative note and sat down. Hermione said, very quietly, that seems like more than a standard warning. It is, Harry said, equally quiet. He was already thinking through it, the third-floor corridor, the right side, whatever was behind the door. Something worth a death most painful warning. Something being stored at Hogwarts. Something's being kept there. Obviously, Hermione said, with the impatience of someone who doesn't like being told what she's already worked out. The question is what? We'll find out, Harry said. Ron looked between them. You're both going to be trouble, aren't you, he said, in the tone of someone who has made peace with an inevitable outcome. Yes, Harry and Hermione said simultaneously, and then looked at each other, and Hermione almost smiled again, and Harry thought, there it is. The making of a friend. The dormitory was up 7 staircases and a shortcut that Harry had known about before he arrived. He didn't mention the shortcut. Some knowledge was worth deploying fresh. The room had 5 beds. Harry's trunk was already there. He sat on the edge of his bed and listened to the others, Ron and Neville finding their beds, a boy called Seamus telling a story about trying to turn water into rum, a quiet boy called Dean who was drawing something in a sketchbook with focused concentration. Harry lay back and looked at the canopy of his bed and thought about the day. He thought about Ron, who was funny and direct and had better instincts than he gave himself credit for. He thought about Hermione, who was sharp enough to be genuinely interesting and annoying enough to be genuine. He thought about Neville, who had dry wit hiding under 6 layers of anxiety and who Harry suspected was more than he appeared. He thought about Draco, still thinking at the Slytherin table, still working out the shape of a world that hadn't organized itself the way he expected. He thought about Dumbledore's pause. Brief, precise, assessing. He thought about the 3rd floor corridor. He thought about Quirrell, who had changed on his sabbatical, about whom James had said, "Be alert." He reached under his pillow, he'd put it there before dinner, and felt the wand. Holly. 11 inches. Phoenix feather. He thought about James, alone under the board in the privet drive cupboard, the portrait glowing faintly in the empty dark, waiting for the summer. Under the board, James had said, "Same as always." Harry let out a slow breath. The dormitory settled into night sounds around him, Ron's breathing deepening, Neville murmuring something that was probably an apology to Trevor, Dean's sketchbook closing. Outside the tower windows, Scotland was dark and vast and full of history. He wasn't afraid of any of it. He was ready for it, which was better. He closed his eyes. Tomorrow, classes would start. Tomorrow, Hogwarts would begin to see who had walked through its doors. Harry Potter went to sleep in Gryffindor Tower thinking not about prophecies or corridors or the pale assessing eyes of the most powerful wizard in Britain. He went to sleep thinking about shepherd's pie and a portrait under a floorboard and 6 years of firelight and the way James had laughed when Harry was 11 months old, which Lily had apparently found so infectious that she'd laughed too, and both of them had laughed until they'd woken the baby, and the baby had looked at the two of them with enormous green eyes and had not been afraid of anything at all. Some things, Harry thought, were just in the blood. Chapter 5, What Dumbledore Doesn't Know. The first Transfiguration class was on a Thursday. Harry arrived 2 minutes early, which was not the earliest. Hermione was already seated with her notes arranged in the precise formation of someone who had been thinking about this room since August, but early enough to choose his seat deliberately. Middle of the room, 2nd row. Good sight lines. Close enough to demonstrate without being in the front row zone that broadcast anxiety about approval. McGonagall was already at her desk when they filed in, marking something with the focused economy of a woman who considered time a finite resource and wasted none of it. She didn't look up when the class settled. She waited until the room was fully quiet, which took about 45 seconds, and then she looked up, and the quality of her attention immediately reorganized the room. Harry had been told about McGonagall. James had described her as the teacher most worth impressing because she was the one most difficult to impress, and the one whose impression of you was most reliably accurate. He'd said she had a gift for seeing what people actually were rather than what they presented, which was rare enough in any human being and especially rare in an institution that processed hundreds of children a year. She looked around the room once, taking inventory with those sharp eyes. They paused on Harry for exactly as long as they paused on anyone else, which told him she was either very good at concealing interest or genuinely waiting to see before forming a view. He suspected both. Transfiguration, she said, without preamble, is the most complex and dangerous branch of magic you will learn at this school. Anyone who attempts it without proper focus risks a transfiguration accident, and transfiguration accidents are unpleasant. They also tend to be permanent. So. She put her hands flat on the desk. Before we touch a wand, we understand the principles. She spent 15 minutes on theory, which she delivered crisply, without pausing for questions, the kind of lecture that expected the class to keep up rather than waiting for them. Harry followed it easily. Ron, beside him, was writing fast enough that his handwriting had abandoned coherence. The fundamental principle, McGonagall said, is accurate conception. You cannot transfigure an object you do not understand. Magic does not fill in gaps in your knowledge, it works with what you actually know, not what you think you know. If your conception of a matchstick is imprecise, your needle will be imprecise. Magic is only as accurate as the mind behind it. She set a matchstick on each desk. Into a needle, she said. Take your time. The goal today is one clean transfiguration, not speed. Harry looked at the matchstick. He knew this exercise. James had walked him through it in full theoretical detail, the dimensional reassignment, the material restructuring, the specific intent required to shift wood to metal, the way the surface properties needed to be held simultaneously with the structural ones. He'd built the complete conception in his mind months ago, the way James had taught him to, not just the image of a needle but the full understanding of what a needle was, its composition, its purpose, its weight, the way it caught light. He tapped the matchstick with his wand. It became a needle with a clean silver flash, flawless, slender, the eye perfectly formed. He set it down and looked at the board, because drawing attention to himself immediately struck him as gratuitous. He was aware that McGonagall had seen it. He was aware because her attention had shifted the way a compass needle shifts, small, immediate, precise. She came to his desk. She picked up the needle, held it up to the light. She set it down. Again, she said. He transfigured the needle back to a matchstick with reparaforge and then to a needle again with a single unhurried tap. The matchstick took about 3 seconds to complete its transformation, smooth and finished with no hesitation in the middle. McGonagall looked at him steadily. You've done this before. No, Harry said. It was true. He'd never had a matchstick in his hands until 30 seconds ago. But I understood what I was being asked to do. She held his gaze for a moment. Her expression was controlled in the way of someone who has a strong reaction and is choosing not to express it immediately. We'll speak after class, she said, and moved on to help Neville, whose matchstick had turned slightly metallic at one end while remaining entirely matchstick at the other. Around the room, the class was at various stages of partial success. Hermione had produced a needle that was technically correct but slightly too stiff. She was examining it with critical focus and making adjustments. Ron had turned his matchstick into something that was mostly needle but retained a faint wood-grain texture, which he was staring at with an expression of offended concentration. Seamus's matchstick had caught fire, which was unexpected and not entirely relevant to the exercise. Harry spent the rest of the lesson watching the room with the reading attention he gave everything. He wasn't bored, he was genuinely interested in how other people approached magic, the different styles and instincts, the specific ways that technical knowledge and natural ability combined or failed to combine. Ron had good instincts and imprecise knowledge, and it was fascinating to watch him almost get there on the third try because his intent was right even when his conception was incomplete. Hermione had precise knowledge and controlled intent but a slight tendency to overmanage, to expect the magic to submit to direction rather than work with it, which was a very subtle and interesting problem. Neville had something else entirely. Harry noticed it on his 4th attempt, when the matchstick transformed briefly and perfectly for about 2 seconds before reverting, and Neville made a small helpless gesture as though apologizing to it. The transformation had been flawless in the moment. The problem wasn't ability. The problem was that Neville didn't believe the transformation was really happening. After class, Harry stayed behind as instructed. Hermione lingered at the door on the pretext of reorganizing her bag, which she did briefly before giving up and simply waiting in the corridor. McGonagall sat on the edge of her desk. She looked at Harry with the direct assessment she'd been holding back. I have been teaching Transfiguration at this school for 39 years, she said. I have seen 1 or 2 students in that time who demonstrated an immediate grasp of first-year material in the first lesson. Your father was one. Your mother, in charms but not in Transfiguration, she was excellent by 2nd year, exceptional by 3rd. She held his look. You performed a flawless Transfiguration on the first attempt in your first class. I would like to know how. James said accurate conception was the key, Harry said. The room went very still. James, McGonagall said carefully. My father. I call him James. He watched her face do something complicated and controlled. I know he's been dead for 10 years. I'm not confused about that. He met her eyes. He found a way to leave something behind for me. I've been learning from it since I was 5. He let a beat pass. That's all I'll say about it. McGonagall looked at him for a long time. Long enough that Harry could see her moving through several responses: professional concern, emotional response, academic calculation, and sorting them into order. You are 11 years old, she said, finally. Yes. And you arrived at Hogwarts with the Transfiguration foundation of, I would estimate, a third-year student. She paused. Am I overestimating? In Transfiguration specifically, Harry said honestly, probably about right. In some other disciplines, I might be further along. In some I might be behind, practical potions, for instance. I've had very limited access to a lab. She was quiet for a moment. Does Dumbledore know? Harry considered the question with the precision it deserved. Dumbledore knows I'm a first-year student who found the Transfiguration exercise straightforward, he said. He knows whatever Ollivander thought worth reporting about my wand selection, which may or may not have been forwarded. He knows what's in my file, which isn't much. He tilted his head slightly. I don't know what Dumbledore specifically knows. I only know what I've told people. Which is very little, McGonagall said, and there was something in her tone that was not disapproving, more like recognizing a game being played and assessing its validity. I haven't lied to anyone, Harry said. I've been selective. She stood up from the desk. I want you to know, she said, in a different tone, not the teacher's tone but something closer to the person underneath the teacher, which Harry suspected didn't surface often in a professional context, that I was very fond of your parents. Both of them. They were exceptional people. She picked up a quill from her desk. I am going to be watching your progress with considerable interest, Mr. Potter. I am also going to refrain from preemptively discussing your situation with the headmaster, on the grounds that you haven't asked me to and you haven't given me a reason to. She met his eyes. Don't give me a reason to. I don't intend to, Harry said. Good. She sat back down and picked up her marking. You're dismissed. Harry walked out into the corridor where Hermione was standing with her bag over one shoulder and the expression of someone who has spent 5 minutes in the corridor working out a question. What did she say? Hermione asked. She's going to watch my progress. She's not going to say anything to anyone. Harry looked at Hermione. Were you listening at the door? No, Hermione said, with complete honesty. I'm inferring from your face. She fell into step beside him. You're good at not showing things, but some of the structure is still visible if you know what to look for. She said it without apology, as a simple piece of information sharing. I've been watching people's faces for patterns since I was about 7. I was the child who knew things they weren't supposed to know. So was I, Harry said. She glanced at him. Your accent is very calm when you're being careful, she said, which was a specific observation that surprised him enough that he didn't immediately respond. Anyway. Snape at 11. We should move. Potions was in the dungeons, and the dungeons were cold in a way that felt intentional rather than architectural, the cold of a room where someone had decided warmth was not a priority. The stone walls were covered with the preserved specimens of things Harry had read about and could now see in their actual pickled reality, which was more interesting than most people seemed to find it. Severus Snape entered the room. Harry had been given a complex briefing on Snape. James had been thorough, honest, and visibly uncomfortable with the subject, which told Harry more than the actual content had. He'd heard about the rivalry, about Lily, about the specific texture of the hatred between James and Snape that had been adolescent in origin and adult in consequence. He'd been told that Snape was brilliant, genuinely brilliant, which James had admitted through evident teeth, and that his teaching style was driven by at least 3 intersecting motivations, only one of which had anything to do with potions instruction. Snape stood at the front of the dungeon classroom and looked at them with dark eyes that moved over the class and came to rest on Harry with the quality of someone encountering an expected problem. "Potter," he said, his voice smooth and cold. "Our new celebrity." Harry looked at him. He'd prepared for this. He'd thought through how to handle the specific dynamic James had described, the performance of contempt as a test. He'd decided that the correct response to contempt was neither submission nor aggression but a specific calm that communicated, "I see exactly what this is and I'm not affected by it." So he looked at Snape with mild, polite attention, the same expression he'd give a lecture, and said nothing. Snape held the pause. He seemed to expect either nervousness or defiance, and Harry offered neither. Something shifted in Snape's expression, not softened, not warmed, but adjusted. A recalculation, very small. "Tell me, Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry knew this. He'd read every potions textbook that covered the subject, and this was first-page material of a text Snape himself had written annotated versions of. "The draught of living death," he said. "One of the most powerful sleeping potions known. The combination of asphodel and wormwood is, the asphodel's alkaloids bind with the wormwood's active compounds and produce a sedative effect of extraordinary duration. The exact preparation matters enormously, the potency can vary by a factor of several hundred depending on the root age and the infusion temperature." A pause. Snape had expected him not to know. The adjustment this time was more visible. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "A goat's stomach," Harry said. "Specifically the gastrointestinal tract of a goat, it's a calcified mass that forms there. It's used as a general antidote because certain compounds in its formation bind to a wide range of poisons. It's not universal, there are poisons it doesn't address, but for common toxins it's effective." Another pause. Snape looked at him with dark calculating eyes. "What is the difference," Snape said, his tone shifting to something slightly more precise, "between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant," Harry said. "Aconitum. Also called aconite. The different names come from different traditional uses, monkshood from the flower's shape, wolfsbane from its use as a wolf deterrent in older traditions. The same plant, same preparation." He met Snape's gaze. "Though the properties vary depending on what part of the plant is used and how it's prepared." The class was very quiet in a particular way that a room goes quiet when something unexpected is happening and everyone is pretending not to notice. Snape looked at Harry for a long moment. The contempt in his expression was still present but it was sitting differently, the performance of it was less useful when the target wasn't responding as intended. "You were taught," Snape said, quietly, with a specific note that Harry parsed in about half a second as recognition. Not approval. Recognition. "Yes," Harry said. "By whom?" "I read extensively," Harry said. "It was technically accurate." Snape's eyes narrowed, a fraction, controlled. He turned to the board. "Open your books to page 5. We will be brewing a simple calming draft today. The emphasis is on precision, not speed. Potions, unlike certain other disciplines, the word carried a weight that seemed directed at something beyond the room, do not reward boldness. They reward attention." He turned back to the class. "Those who are inattentive will find the results corrective." Harry opened his textbook, picked up his quill for notes, and set to work. He wasn't as far ahead in potions as in some other subjects, James had been right about the practical deficit. But the theoretical foundation was solid, and theory turned out to matter enormously in potions. Understanding why each step worked meant that when something went wrong, Harry could diagnose it in real time. His calming draft ended the class a pale blue rather than the target lavender, which was a preparation temperature issue he'd identified and corrected in the last 5 minutes. It wasn't perfect. It was the best in the room. Snape examined it without comment, which was apparently the Snape version of a compliment, based on what he said to everyone else. Walking back up from the dungeons, Ron said, "How did you know all that?" "The first 3 questions." "Reading," Harry said. "That's what you keep saying." "It's what I keep doing." Ron looked at him with the expression he'd been developing across the first week, the fond, slightly exasperated expression of someone who suspects they're friends with a person who is going to make life more complicated and has decided this is fine. "My mum reads a lot," he said. "She doesn't know all that." "What does she read?" Harry asked. "Which weekly mostly?" "And spell revision guides." He thought about it. "And books about magical plants when she's in the garden. She knows a tremendous amount about dragon's blood as a cleaning agent." "Dragon's blood has 12 uses," Harry said. "Dumbledore discovered most of them." "Course he did," Ron said, in the tone of someone for whom Dumbledore's achievement of literally everything was simply background noise. "That's just, he's Dumbledore." "He's very impressive," Harry agreed, and meant it, and also kept to himself the second half of the thought, which was, and he's also a person with an agenda, and impressive people with agendas are the most useful kind of person to understand thoroughly. The week built up. Harry attended every class with the alert interest of someone who was simultaneously genuine in their engagement and conducting a baseline assessment. Defense against the dark arts was Quirrell, who was nervous and stuttering and smelled of garlic, and who taught at a level significantly below his evident knowledge, which Harry watched with the specific attention James had flagged. The stuttering wasn't quite right. It was competent stuttering, the content of it was always appropriate, the timing always plausible, but it was a performance. Harry knew what performed calm looked like and what genuine calm looked like. He also knew what performed nervousness looked like because he'd spent his childhood around a man who was constitutionally incapable of performing anything, and what Quirrell was doing had the faint quality of construction. He said nothing about it. He filed it next to what James had told him about the sabbatical and left it there. Charms was Flitwick, who was tiny and enthusiastic and had a teaching style like a cheerful explosion, ideas in all directions, energy seemingly limitless, an approach that made the class feel like following someone with a torch through an interesting cave rather than sitting in a lecture. Harry liked Flitwick immediately and without reservation, which was not his usual pace. During the second Charms lesson, Flitwick asked the class to attempt a simple switching spell, not on the syllabus until second year, but Flitwick introduced it as a challenge for those who wanted to try. Harry performed it on his first attempt, smoothly, a clean exchange between a quill and a ruler without residual mixing. Flitwick looked at it. He looked at Harry. He squeaked something that might have been a word and had to step off his stack of books and back on again to compose himself. "Magnificent," he said. "Absolutely, the intention clarity on that. Would you mind if I examined your—" He was already peering at the objects on Harry's desk with the enthusiasm of someone who has found something genuinely interesting. "Your mother was exceptional at Charms, Mr. Potter." "Exceptional. One of the finest students I've had." "I know," Harry said. "She sounds like she was remarkable." Flitwick looked up at him with those bright eyes that had seen a lot of students in a lot of years. "She was," he said, quietly, and in the quiet he sounded less like a teacher and more like someone who had genuinely liked a person who wasn't there anymore. "You've a gift for it, clearly. We must make sure he straightened. Come and see me in office hours this week. I'd like to understand what you can do so we can make sure these lessons are," he searched for the right word, "appropriately calibrated." "I will," Harry said. The students around Harry were reacting to all of this in a variety of ways that Harry tracked without trying to, Ron with proud vicarious enjoyment, Hermione with the specific competitive energy of someone who is simultaneously impressed and motivated to match it, Neville with quiet approval, Seamus with loud appreciation, the Slytherin students at the edge of class with something more complex that ranged from neutrality to studying. He knew the observations were happening. He knew information was moving outward through the school's social networks, the way information always moved, and that within a few weeks there would be a version of Harry Potter operating in the school's consciousness that was assembled from what different people had seen. He wasn't trying to manage it. He was just himself, and himself included 6 years of James's lessons, and that was that. What he wasn't prepared for was how quickly Dumbledore moved. The headmaster's invitation arrived at breakfast on Friday of the second week, a note, carried by a school owl, landing neatly beside Harry's toast. Please come to my office this afternoon at 4 o'clock. The password is sherbet lemon. A. Dumbledore. Ron read it over his shoulder. He's called you to his office, he said, with the odd tone of someone for whom headmaster's office was purely a consequence of wrongdoing destination. I can see that, Harry said. He finished his toast. What did you do? Nothing wrong. Then why? Because I've been doing things right, Harry said, which was a specific kind of answer that Ron filed under Harry says something that sounds simple and isn't, a category that was already fairly full. Hermione hadn't said anything. Harry looked at her across the table. He's had reports, she said. From the teachers. Or he's been watching. He does watch the first years at the start of year, Hogwarts. A history mentions the headmaster traditionally makes direct contact with any student of note in the opening weeks. She met Harry's eyes. What are you going to do? Talk to him, Harry said. He's very interesting. You're not nervous at all, she said, with the diagnostic focus of someone who finds this data point significant. He's a person, Harry said. A very powerful, very intelligent person with complicated motivations. But a person. He picked up his pumpkin juice. People are fine. She looked at him for a moment with an expression he was coming to recognize, the one where she was revising an existing assessment. You're very strange, she said. Thank you, Harry said. The gargoyle outside Dumbledore's office moved aside for sherbet lemon, and Harry climbed the spiral staircase and knocked at the door. Come in, Harry. The office was exactly as James had described in the broad strokes, circular, many windows, things whirring and spinning on the shelves, the portraits of past headmasters dozing in their frames. Harry swept it in one visual pass and then looked at Dumbledore, who was sitting behind his desk with his hands folded and the expression of someone who has arranged a conversation carefully and is curious how it will go. And Fawkes the Phoenix, on his perch, who turned his head and looked at Harry with orange eyes that were calm and ancient and not at all the eyes of a pet. Harry looked back at Fawkes for a moment. Then he looked at Dumbledore and sat in the offered chair without being told which one to choose, because there was one chair that was positioned for the invited guest and one position for observation, and Harry sat in neither and pulled a third into a position that was comfortable and symmetrical without being confrontational. Dumbledore's expression shifted very slightly, something interested moving under the warm surface. Harry, he said. I hope the first 2 weeks have been comfortable. Very much, Harry said. The castle is extraordinary. I particularly like the library, though the restricted section arrangement seems overstated. Most of what's in there is available in the public section of the Ministry's magical archive. A small pause. Is it? Dumbledore said, pleasantly. Not quite a question. Much of it, Harry said. Though some of the older texts are genuinely rare. The 15th century Greybourne Codex, for instance, I haven't been able to find that elsewhere. He met Dumbledore's eyes. I haven't been in the restricted section. I'm inferring from cross-references in texts I have accessed. Of course, Dumbledore said, with the specific warmth of someone choosing to accept an explanation that they have not fully verified. I've been hearing interesting reports from your teachers. Have you? Harry said. Not defensive. Conversational. Professor McGonagall reports that you performed a flawless first-year transfiguration on your first attempt. He paused. Professor Flitwick reports a second-year switching spell in your second charms lesson. Professor Snape, a slight pause that told Harry something about what Snape had and hadn't reported. Indicates that your theoretical potions knowledge substantially exceeds your year level. I've done a lot of reading, Harry said. Indeed. Dumbledore's blue eyes were very steady. The twinkle was there, but underneath it was something measuring. An impressive amount, for a boy who grew up with the Dursleys. He said it gently. Too gently, the careful placement of a word that was designed to be received as simple observation. Harry looked at him. Growing up with the Dursleys gave me a great deal of time to read, he said, with complete honesty and no inflection. They're not particularly social. No, Dumbledore agreed, and something in his expression adjusted. He'd expected something in response to the Dursleys' reference and hadn't gotten it. Harry, may I ask you something directly? Please, Harry said. Who taught you? He asked it simply, the way you ask a simple question. Harry held his gaze. I learned from everything I could access, he said. Books, primarily. I've been collecting and reading about the magical world since I was young. He let a beat pass. I'm very interested in it. Clearly, Dumbledore said. His voice was warm. And your access to books on magical theory, from Muggle Surrey, libraries, Harry said. School library, public library. The occasional second-hand bookshop. You'd be surprised what finds its way into the ordinary world. He smiled pleasantly. I was very motivated. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. The room was full of the small sounds of things spinning and whirring and the occasional soft movement from Fawkes, and underneath all of it was the quality of a conversation proceeding on two levels simultaneously, the surface level and the level underneath where both participants knew the surface level was not the whole conversation. You are very like your father, Dumbledore said, and this time the warmth was genuine, entirely genuine, without calculation in it. He said it with something that was very close to grief. James was, he stopped. He was one of the finest students I've taught. Bright, brave, occasionally infuriating. The warmth carried the grief in it like timber carries grain. I miss him. Harry looked at him. Something in him wanted to offer the easy response, I know, it's sad, thank you, and he didn't. Because Dumbledore deserved an honest response, and the honest response was, I know you do, Harry said quietly. He was worth missing. A pause that felt different from the calculated ones. Dumbledore looked at Harry as though the ground had shifted very slightly under a conversation he thought he'd planned. Yes, he said. He was. He recovered smoothly. I want you to know, Harry, that my door is always open to you. Adjusting to Hogwarts after a Muggle upbringing can be complex. If you ever need guidance, thank you, Harry said. I'll remember that. Good. Dumbledore stood. Enjoy the weekend. The Quidditch trials are next week, I believe. You've inherited your father's flying ability, I'd imagine. I haven't been on a broom yet, Harry said. No, Dumbledore said, and the warmth was back in its full configuration. First years typically try them in flying class. I suspect it will go well. Harry left the office. He walked down the spiral staircase and past the gargoyle and along the 7th floor corridor. He didn't think about Dumbledore's careful questions or his own careful answers. He thought about the moment when the calculation had dropped and the man had said he was worth missing with genuine feeling. That was the thing about Dumbledore that James had tried to explain and Harry was now beginning to understand from the inside. The calculation and the genuine feeling coexisted. The manipulation and the love were both real. A person could do both simultaneously, and often did, and the correct response was to hold both truths without resolving them into something simpler. He stopped at the end of the corridor. Neville was standing near a suit of armor, looking at a piece of parchment with the expression of someone who has been lost for some time and is past the initial alarm phase and into the sustainable confusion phase. Where are you trying to get to? Harry asked. Neville looked up with relief. The Gryffindor Tower. I took a wrong turn by the stairs near there's a staircase that moves and I didn't know and then I ended up here and I've been here for, he looked at the window, where the light had gone distinctly evening. A while. Come on, Harry said. He started walking. Neville fell in beside him. They moved through the corridor, and Harry took the shortcut he'd known about since before he arrived without mentioning that he'd known about it, because some knowledge was worth deploying fresh and some was worth sharing naturally, and this was the latter. How do you know the castle so well? Neville asked, watching Harry navigate a turn that wasn't obvious. I learned the layout before I came, Harry said. Maps. Descriptions. He glanced at Neville. I can show you the shortcuts if you want. It's useful. Yes, Neville said, with the relieved certainty of someone accepting a genuinely useful offer. He was quiet for a moment. Can I ask you something? Yes. At Madame Malkin's, or on the train, or wherever you've been, did you ever feel like everyone already had an opinion of you before you said anything? Harry looked at him. Every single day, he said. Neville exhaled. And you just, don't let it bother you. It bothers me, Harry said, honestly. I just don't let it steer me. He thought about how to say the next part. Someone told me once that the only version of you that other people's opinions can affect is the one that lets them. Which is easier said than done. But it's still true. Neville was quiet for a moment. Your father? Harry glanced at him. Yes, actually. My parents are. Neville stopped. Harry didn't fill the silence, because the silence had the quality of something being held very carefully, and filling it would have been rude. I was raised by my grandmother, Neville said. She has expectations. He looked at his hands. I'm not usually what the expectations look like. Expectations are someone else's map of a territory they haven't surveyed, Harry said. They don't actually describe you. Neville turned this over. Did your father say that too? I think my mother would have said it better, Harry said. Neville smiled, a real one, the dry subtle one Harry had first seen on the train. What was she like? I'm still finding out, Harry said. But so far she sounds incredible. They walked the rest of the way to Gryffindor Tower in a companionable quiet that was, Harry thought, one of the better kinds of quiet. The portrait of the fat lady swung open for Caput Draconis, and the warmth of the common room came out to meet them, the fire going, Ron and Hermione visible at a corner table in the middle of what appeared to be a spirited discussion about something, the room full of the comfortable noise of people at the end of a week. Ron looked up. Where've you been? We've been, Hermione wanted to start the essay but also wanted to argue about the best method for, I was talking to Neville, Harry said. And before that, Dumbledore. How did it go? Hermione said, with her specific directness. Informatively, Harry said. He sat down across from her. For both of us, I think. He picked up the essay question on the table, discussed the 3 principles of material transfiguration, with reference to your first-year practical experience. I'll write about the matchstick. Though 3 principles is reductive, there are at least 5 if you include the stability requirements. There are 5, Hermione said immediately, with the energy of someone who had also noticed this and had been waiting to mention it. I was going to include the stability requirements. McGonagall asked for 3 but she can't penalize us for knowing more. She won't, Harry said. She'll appreciate it. How do you know? Harry thought about McGonagall and her 39 years and her specific kind of attention and the way she'd said your father was one. Because she's someone who values precision over compliance, he said. And those 2 things don't usually want the same thing. Hermione looked at him for a moment. You work people out very fast, she said. I've had a lot of practice, Harry said. She looked like she wanted to ask the follow-up question. She didn't, which told Harry that she'd also had enough practice to know when a follow-up question wasn't going to be answered yet. She turned back to her parchment. 5 principles then, she said. I'll need another foot of parchment. I've got some, Ron said, producing a slightly crumpled roll. Though to be clear, I'm doing 3 principles and I'm doing them well. I'm not writing an essay that's longer than my arm because you 2 decided the question was insufficient. 3 principles done well is better than 5 done carelessly, Harry said, and meant it. Ron pointed at him. Thank you. Then, to Hermione, see? Harry agrees. Harry agrees with the premise, Hermione said precisely. The implication that I would do 5 carelessly is, I said it wrong, Ron admitted immediately. You do 5 incredibly. I'd do 5 badly. I'm doing 3. Harry pulled out his own parchment and began to write, listening to Hermione and Ron settle into their working rhythm, the ongoing low-level debate that somehow produced results, and looking occasionally at the fire and thinking about Dumbledore's office, about the portraits of headmasters on the walls, about one portrait in particular that he'd seen in the far corner. A portrait he'd recognized. A younger face than he knew, the painted version of a man 10 years older, perhaps, mid-30s, which meant commission before the war had ended, which meant Harry had not been the only one. He filed that too, in the quiet ordered place, to think about later. Outside, Scotland had gone fully dark, and Hogwarts carried on its vast whirring humming life, and in a cupboard in Surrey under a loose board a portrait glowed faintly in the empty dark, waiting patiently. Harry wrote his essay. He used all 5 principles. Chapter 6, Band the Troll got into the castle on Halloween. Harry knew something was wrong before Quirrell burst into the great hall, because the quality of the evening had been off since dinner started, a low hum of wrongness that he'd learned to read the way you learn to read weather, the specific pressure change that preceded something arriving. He'd been watching the staff table throughout the meal, and Quirrell had been absent, and Dumbledore had been present, but the particular alertness behind his calm had been running hotter than usual. When Quirrell came through the doors in the performance of Panic, the Turban Askew, the stutter shredded to almost nothing in the urgency of it, Harry was already standing. Troll! Quirrell gasped. In the dungeons. Thought you ought to know. And then he fainted, which was so theatrical that Harry spent exactly 1 second deciding whether it was genuine before filing it as not his immediate concern. The hall erupted. Dumbledore's voice cut through it with the precision of someone who had managed mass panic before. Prefects took their houses toward the dormitories. The movement was controlled, but the edges of it were ragged, first years pressing into corridors, older students moving with more confidence, the whole enormous body of the school trying to rearrange itself away from danger. Harry moved against the current for approximately 4 seconds, long enough to clock that Hermione wasn't in the flow. He caught Ron's arm. Hermione. Ron's face changed. The bathroom. She's been in there since. Which one? 2nd floor, east. Harry was already moving. He went fast and quiet through the corridors, cutting through a side passage that put him on the 2nd floor in under 2 minutes. Ron was behind him, keeping pace with the slightly out-of-breath determination of someone who had not trained for this but was absolutely doing it anyway. They smelled the troll before they saw it. It was enormous. That was the first fact, the sheer scale of it, 12 feet of gray-green muscle and terrible purpose, currently accupching the corridor outside the girls' bathroom with the incurious aggression of something that had wandered into a space and was responding to it. The club it carried had clearly made contact with several of the castle's structural features en route, based on the evidence of the corridor walls. Hermione was backed against the far wall of the bathroom, visible through the open door, her face white and her jaw set with the specific expression Harry had come to recognize as Hermione controlling fear through pure cognitive commitment. The troll was raising its club. Harry drew his wand. He didn't think about it in the sense of deliberating, the decision had been made before his wand was out, in the half-second of situation assessment. He thought about it in the sense of selecting from everything he knew, which was the important kind of thinking. Hermione, he said clearly, through the doorway. Move left. Now. She moved left. The troll turned at his voice. Harry cast Confundus, not the first-year version, the full-strength application, intent sharp and specific, targeting the troll's limited sensory processing. The troll lurched. Its club swung sideways and hit the wall instead of Hermione, the impact sending a crack through the stone that would need explaining. He followed immediately with Wingardium Leviosa on the club, not hesitating, not breaking stride in his casting, and the club wrenched free of the troll's grip and went to the ceiling. The troll reached for it with the automatic reflex of something that had never had its possessions relocated before and found the experience disorienting. "Hermione, get out of the bathroom," Harry said, still at the same clear volume. Not shouting. Shouting was for people who needed the adrenaline to function. She came out fast, pressed against the wall opposite, and Harry stepped sideways to put himself between her and the troll without appearing to do it, which was a specific movement James had made him practice. The troll rounded on him. It was fast for its size, and the confundus was wearing off because troll neurology apparently processed the spell differently than human neurology, which was a gap in his preparation he was noting for future reference. The club was still at the ceiling, but the troll didn't need the club, it had hands, and its hands were the size of dustbin lids. Harry considered for about a quarter of a second. Then he cast Ventus. The wind hex was on Dumbledore's banned list, not because it was inherently destructive but because at full power it could move objects with force sufficient to cause serious harm. At the controlled output Harry had been practicing for months, it was a sustained directional wind of considerable force. He pointed it at the troll's face. The effect was immediate. 12 feet of troll staggered backward into the bathroom wall as the wind hit it in the face with the concentrated force of something between a gale and a fire hose, exactly per James's fire hose metaphor. It couldn't advance. It was using both enormous arms to shield its face, the confundus effect compounding with the sensory overload, its equilibrium completely disrupted. Harry walked forward while casting, steady, maintaining the output with the specific reserve management James had drilled into him, not over-investing, not flagging, the sustained middle level that was efficient and sufficient and left capacity for whatever came next. He cast Incarcerus with his left hand free, wandlessly, which he didn't usually do in front of people, but the situation didn't leave a hand free and the ropes had to go somewhere, and the ropes went around the troll's ankles with the imprecise but functional result of someone who had practiced wandless work without a lab to practice in. The troll went down. It went down hard. The floor cracked under it. The bathroom wall had several new structural complaints. The ceiling still had the club. Harry let the Ventus drop. He stood in the wreckage of the corridor and looked at the troll, which was on the floor making sounds of confused offense and was going nowhere on account of the ankle restraints. Ron was in the doorway of the bathroom, pressed against the frame, holding his wand in a grip that suggested he'd been about to do something and had been overtaken by events. His face was doing something complex. Hermione said, "You used Incarcerus without a wand." Harry looked at her. "The troll had my wand hand occupied." "That's a third-year spell," she said. "Wandless." "Fourth year," Harry said. "Technically. The wandless application is, it's more about concentrated intent than." He stopped, because there was a sound in the corridor behind them. McGonagall came around the corner at a pace that communicated she had been moving urgently through the castle for some time and had expected to find a crisis and had found, instead, a troll on the floor and 3 first-years standing in a bathroom corridor with expressions ranging from composed to astonished to structurally overwhelmed. She looked at the troll. She looked at the ropes around its ankles. She looked at the club on the ceiling. She looked at Harry. She opened her mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. Behind her, Snape arrived. He took in the scene with rapid dark eyes. Something in his expression did what Snape's expression rarely did, which was show something genuine, a fast, involuntary flicker of pure surprise. Then Quirrell arrived, and he looked at the troll and he looked at Harry and his expression was different from both of theirs. Carefully arranged, Harry registered. Arranged into the appropriate response rather than reflecting an actual one. How, McGonagall found her voice. It was not, at full strength, a quiet voice. How on earth, Mr. Potter, the troll was in the corridor, Harry said. Hermione was in the bathroom. We came to get her out. You came to, McGonagall looked at Ron, who nodded with the expression of someone corroborating a summary while still processing the summary himself. She looked back at Harry. The corridor outside this bathroom, she said, slowly and precisely, has had half its structural integrity renegotiated by events, Mr. Potter. The troll is on the floor in ropes. There is a club on the ceiling. She pointed upward for clarity. Did you do this? Yes, Harry said. All of it. Ron was about to help, Harry said, with complete honesty. I was, Ron confirmed, still slightly glazed. I absolutely was. The confundus first, McGonagall said, working through it. To disorient it. Then the levitation on the club. Then, she stopped. What was the wind? That was not a standard curriculum, it's a wind hex, Harry said. It's effective for sensory overload in large creatures because their equilibrium systems are significant. Disrupting their sense of orientation removes their ability to track a target. The corridor was very quiet. Snape was looking at Harry with an expression that Harry couldn't read, which was unusual. He'd gotten reasonably good at reading Snape's controlled face, but what he could identify was that the contempt had moved to a different position in the arrangement of Snape's features, and something more complicated had taken its primary slot. Quirrell was looking at the troll. McGonagall said, in a completely different voice, quieter, more careful, Mr. Potter. The wind hex. Where did you learn it? I read about it, Harry said. She stopped. She breathed. She appeared to be performing an internal calculation regarding what to do with several conflicting priorities simultaneously. 10 points to Gryffindor, she said. Each. 4, for clear heads and, looking out for a fellow student. Her voice was doing something that wasn't quite steady. And 5 points from Gryffindor for being in the corridor during a school lockdown. A brief pause. Which seems, in the circumstances, inadequate, Ron suggested helpfully. I was going to say perfunctory, McGonagall said. She looked at Harry once more, a look that lasted 3 full seconds and contained approximately 6 different things. Go to your dormitory. I will deal with the troll. We will, she stopped. We will speak. Later. They walked back to Gryffindor Tower in a silence that lasted until they'd gone up 3 staircases and through 2 portrait-guarded doors. Then Ron said, wandless in carcerus. Yes, Harry said. 4th year. Technically. You hit a 12-foot troll with a wind you invented on the spot. It's not invented, it's in the, Harry. Ron stopped walking. His face was completely open in the way Harry had come to trust. Ron Weasley, fundamentally incapable of performing anything, expressing what was actually there. That was one of the best things I've ever seen in my life. Just say yes to that. Harry looked at him. Yes, he said. Thank you, Ron said, and kept walking. Hermione had been quiet since the corridor. She was quiet now on the staircase and through the portrait hole and across the common room, and Harry let her be quiet because he could see her processing. She sat down in a chair by the fire and looked at the flames, and Harry sat in the chair opposite, and Ron dropped onto the sofa and exhaled with the sound of someone releasing something they'd been holding at pressure for 20 minutes. Are you all right? Harry asked Hermione. She looked at him. Her face was doing what faces did when the thing has passed and the body is reporting in on the experience. Yes, she said. The troll was, I was thinking about what to do but it was very fast and very large and my spells, she stopped. My spells would have been insufficient. You didn't know it was coming, Harry said. And your instinct was right, move left. You moved immediately when I said to. That's not really a contribution to. It was the most important contribution at that specific moment, Harry said. Moving correctly in the moment is underrated. Most people freeze. She looked at him. Something moved through her expression, not quite gratitude, because she was precise enough to know the situation well enough to know what the situation had actually required, but something in the category. Then she said, the wind hex. That's on the banned list. Harry held her gaze steadily. I looked at the banned list, Hermione said. In Hogwarts, a history and supplementarily in the historical curriculum records in the library. I cross-referenced. The Ventus Hex at Force 3 and above application is banned under the 1987 revision to the Curriculum Safety Guidelines. She tilted her head. You used it anyway. A troll had a club over your head, Harry said. That's not a principle, Hermione said. That's a situational justification. Principles shouldn't bend for situational justifications or they're not principles. Harry looked at her with genuine interest. Do you believe the spell should be banned? She opened her mouth. Closed it. That's a separate question from whether the rules should be followed. Is it? She made a frustrated sound that was extremely Hermione. The rules exist for reasons. Even if the specific rule is wrong, following it matters because rules as a system require. The troll, Harry said, very calmly, would have put that club through the floor you were standing on in approximately 2 more seconds. The confundus bought time but not enough. I had 3 available responses that would have reliably removed the immediate threat in time, and 2 of them were worse for the castle's structural integrity than the one I used. He held her look. I chose the most precise option available with the resources and time I had. The fact that the most precise option is on a list somewhere is relevant, Hermione said. The fact that you're right doesn't mean the framework is wrong. No, Harry agreed. But the framework doesn't mean I was wrong to use it. She was quiet for a moment. Looking at the fire. Ron was watching them both with the expression of someone watching a tennis match played in a language he mostly understood. You knew, Hermione said. When you came to find me. You knew you were probably going to have to do something that broke the rules. I knew I was going to do whatever the situation required, Harry said. And I'd rather make that decision in the moment than commit in advance to a framework that might get someone killed. She stopped. Started again. That's a coherent position, she said, which for Hermione was a significant concession. I disagree with parts of it. But it's coherent. I know you disagree, Harry said. Tell me why when you've worked it out fully. I'm interested. She looked at him. The almost smile was there, the one that lived just adjacent to her resting expression. You're interested in the disagreement. You think carefully, Harry said. When you disagree with me, I want to know what you found that I missed. Ron said, from the sofa, this is either the start of a very good friendship or a very exhausting argument that lasts 7 years. Both, Harry and Hermione said simultaneously, and then looked at each other, and this time Hermione actually smiled, and Harry thought of James saying, go make some friends, Harry. Real ones. Done, he thought. That's done. The summons from Dumbledore came the next morning. Not a note this time, McGonagall herself, appearing in the common room before breakfast with the controlled expression of someone acting under instruction, asking Harry to accompany her to the headmaster's office at his convenience, which was a formulation that meant now. Harry went, noting that McGonagall walked beside him rather than behind or in front, which was a specific positioning choice. Dumbledore was standing when Harry entered, which he hadn't been the first time, and the quality of the room was different, more alert, less arranged for a managed conversation. Fawkes was awake and watchful. Several of the headmaster portraits were also awake, watching the room with varying degrees of visible interest. Harry, Dumbledore said. Please, sit down. Harry sat in the same position as last time. Pulled the chair to the symmetrical point. Dumbledore looked at him across the desk. The twinkle was present but running at low intensity, and behind it the assessing intelligence was right at the surface. I've had a comprehensive account from Professor McGonagall, he said, of last night's events. And a less comprehensive but equally interesting account from Professor Snape. And a rather shaken one from Professor Quirrell. He folded his hands. I would like to hear yours. Harry gave it. Cleanly, in sequence, without editorialization. The troll, the positioning, the spells used and why, the outcome. He described Hermione's response and Ron's intended contribution. He described his decision to use the Ventus Hex. Dumbledore listened without interrupting. His eyes didn't move from Harry's face. When Harry finished, the office was quiet. The Ventus Hex, Dumbledore said. At Force 3 application. Yes. That spell was removed from the curriculum in 1987. I know, Harry said. You used it anyway. Yes. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. His eyes moved to Fawkes and back. May I ask where you learned it? I've been studying magical theory independently, Harry said. I mentioned this during our first meeting. You mentioned reading, Dumbledore said. Reading in Muggle Surrey rarely produces fluency in fourth-level force applications of banned spells, Harry. Harry held his gaze. I'm a fast reader, he said pleasantly. Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. The room around them was entirely still, the portraits were still, Fawkes was still, the whirring instruments had gone quiet in the way that felt like held breath. Then Dumbledore said, I would like to demonstrate something, if I may. With your permission. Of course, Harry said. Dumbledore raised his wand, unhurriedly, making the motion visible, which was itself a communication, and cast a diagnostic spell. A subtle thing, a thin pale light that moved across Harry and returned information to Dumbledore's wand in a form visible only to him. Harry let it run. He knew what it was. James had described magical diagnostic spells in detail, their range and what they could and couldn't detect. This one could detect recent spell usage and reservoir levels. It couldn't detect source of knowledge. It couldn't detect a portrait under a floorboard in Surrey. Dumbledore looked at the result. His expression shifted. Your magical reservoir, he said carefully, is substantial. For any age. For 11, it is, he stopped. Started again. And your recent spell usage shows, the Confundus charm, the levitation, the Ventus, and, he looked up from the wand. The Incarcerus. Yes, Harry said. Without a wand. My wand hand was occupied. Dumbledore set his own wand down on the desk. He looked at Harry with an expression that Harry thought was the most honest he'd seen from Dumbledore yet, the arrangements temporarily set aside, the actual response of a genuine intelligence encountering something outside its preparation. Harry, he said. I want to be completely honest with you. Harry waited. When you arrived at Hogwarts, when I received the reports from your teachers in those first 2 weeks, I assumed there was a straightforward explanation. A family friend, perhaps, or some self-teaching, or natural talent manifesting early. I thought, he paused. I thought I knew the shape of the situation. He held Harry's eyes. I do not know the shape of the situation. I would very much like to. I know, Harry said. He said it without apology and without triumph. Just as a fact. I understand that's frustrating. It's not frustrating, Dumbledore said, and something like honesty moved through his voice again. It's, he considered. I have been watching over your welfare since the night I placed you with your aunt and uncle. I have made assumptions about what you needed and what you had and what you were becoming. He paused. I think some of those assumptions were wrong. Harry looked at him. The room was still very quiet. Not all of them were wrong, Harry said. The blood protection is real. The logic of the placement had internal consistency. He let a beat pass. The cupboard was wrong. Something happened in Dumbledore's face. Small, controlled, but Harry saw it, saw the way the word cupboard landed and what it landed on. The cupboard, Dumbledore said. That's where I slept, Harry said, evenly, not as accusation, purely informational. For 10 years. The letter was addressed to it. He tilted his head. You knew. The pause that followed was the most honest thing Dumbledore had done in the room. I knew, he said quietly. I hoped it was, I hoped the situation was better than, the blood protection required proximity, and I had limited options, and I thought, he stopped. I made a calculation, Harry. The calculation prioritized the protection over the circumstances of the protection. I know, Harry said. Not forgiving exactly. Not angry. Just holding the full picture, the way James had told him to. You thought a boy who grew up small and uncertain would be easier to guide when he arrived here. A boy who needed the wizarding world rather than simply choosing it. The silence that followed was very long. That is, Dumbledore said slowly, a more precise summary than I am entirely comfortable with. He looked at Harry with something that was very close to what it looked like when old people encountered something that reminded them they were still learning. You're 11. Nearly 12, Harry said. Dumbledore breathed out. Picked up his wand. Set it down. What would you like from me, Harry? Given all of this. It was such a direct question. Harry thought it deserved a direct answer. Honesty when it matters, Harry said. About what's in the third-floor corridor and why it's there. About the prophecy you've known about for 10 years. About what Voldemort's current status actually is rather than the managed version. He met Dumbledore's eyes. I'm not asking to take over. I'm not asking for anything dramatic. I'm asking to be treated as a participant rather than a subject. The portraits on the wall were paying very close attention. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long moment. You know about the prophecy, he said. The broad strokes, Harry said. I'd rather hear it from you properly. Another pause. Then Dumbledore said, with the specific quality of someone making a genuine choice, the stone in the third-floor corridor is the Philosopher's Stone, Nicholas Flammel's. It is being kept here for safety reasons while Gringotts was compromised. The protections around it are, I believe them to be comprehensive. Something shifted in his expression. I am now less certain. Quirrell, Harry said. Dumbledore went very still. What do you know about Quirrell? That he wasn't the same after his sabbatical, Harry said. That the troll last night was convenient timing. That his account of events in the corridor doesn't match the physical evidence if you look at the troll's trajectory from the dungeon entrance. He held Dumbledore's gaze. And that whatever is sharing his body has been in this school since September. The room was absolutely silent. Dumbledore looked at Harry Potter, this 11-year-old with James's face and Lily's eyes and 6 years of impossible preparation and the absolute calm of someone who has thought about a problem from every angle before arriving at a conversation about it, and something in the headmaster's expression settled into something Harry thought might be, of all things, relief. You know about Voldemort's current state, Dumbledore said. Yes. Since when? Since I was 9 and had enough context to understand the explanation properly, Harry said. Dumbledore breathed out slowly. Harry. I owe you several conversations that are long overdue. I know, Harry said. But not all today. Today I'd like to know one thing. What thing? Is the stone protected adequately? Harry asked. Given Quirrell's access and what we now both know he has access to. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Genuinely considering. The protections are layered and require significant magical competence to navigate, he said carefully. They were designed to challenge an adult wizard. Harry held his gaze. That's not the same as yes. No, Dumbledore said. It's not. He held Harry's look. I will be reviewing the arrangements. Good, Harry said. He stood. And the banned spells. Dumbledore blinked slightly. What about them? I'm going to keep studying them, Harry said. Not asking. Informing. I won't use them casually or without cause. But I'm going to know them. All of them. He met Dumbledore's eyes clearly. I think last night demonstrated fairly concretely that having access to the full range of available tools is not the same as being dangerous. Dumbledore looked at him for a very long time. Your father, he said finally, said something very similar to me in his 5th year. What did you say to him? I told him that knowing a spell and having the wisdom to use it well were different things, Dumbledore said. Were you right? Another pause. Yes, Dumbledore said. And he demonstrated, over time, that he had both. He looked at Harry steadily. I find myself less inclined to argue the point a second time. Harry nodded. He moved to the door. Harry. He looked back. Dumbledore was looking at him with that complicated expression, the genuine thing, the real one underneath the management. He stopped. Restarted. Your father would be very, I know, Harry said gently. He is. He walked out of the office and down the spiral staircase and into the corridor, and he stood still for a moment, breathing. The castle moved around him, voices from somewhere, the distant sound of a class, a ghost drifting around the far corner with the unconcerned motion of someone who has nowhere to be. Harry felt the weight of everything he'd just done settle into its appropriate positions. Dumbledore knew more now. Dumbledore would move differently now. Some of that was a loss of information advantage and some of it was necessary and the balance had been worth it. He thought about Quirrell. About the thing behind the turban, the thing that had been sitting at the staff table all term at dinner, watching the great hall with whatever passed for its attention. He thought, it knows I'm here. He thought, good. He started walking back toward Gryffindor Tower. The castle corridor was long and the windows threw pale November light across the stone floor and Harry Potter walked through it with the step of someone who knows where they're going. He had 3 weeks until Christmas. He had a stone to think about, a possessed professor to account for, 2 friends to not worry by explaining all of this yet, and a defense essay to finish by Friday. He had everything James had given him. He had, as it turned out, everything he needed. Chapter 7, The Mirror and the Stone. It happened in June, on a Tuesday, in the specific way that inevitable things happen, not as a dramatic arrival but as a quiet confirmation of something already known. Harry had been watching the situation with Quirrell tighten since Halloween. The possessed professor had grown more agitated through the spring term in ways that were visible only if you were looking for the right things, a slight change in the pattern of his movements through the castle, a particular quality of attention he directed toward the third-floor corridor, the way his stutter occasionally slipped at moments of genuine distraction and then reconstructed itself with just a fraction too much effort. Dumbledore had reviewed the stone's protections in November, as promised. He'd added 2 additional layers. Harry knew this because the magical signature of the corridor had changed in a way detectable to anyone paying close enough attention, which Harry was. He'd also noted that Dumbledore had been spending less time at Hogwarts across February and March, which was either genuine business or deliberate, creating an opening, setting a stage. Harry had thoughts about which, and his thoughts pointed toward the latter. He'd shared the relevant information with Hermione in February, when it had become obvious that she'd independently identified approximately 70% of the picture and was going to arrive at the rest on her own inside a month anyway. The conversation had taken 3 hours and covered Quirrell, the stone, Voldemort's current state, the protections on the 3rd floor, and what Harry assessed as the likely timeline. Hermione had listened to all of it with her full attention and then said, "How long have you known this much?" "Since September," Harry said. "And you didn't tell me in September because in September you'd have gone directly to a teacher," Harry said. Not unkindly. Which would have been exactly the wrong move. A pause. Because Quirrell is a teacher. Because Quirrell is a teacher, and because Dumbledore already knows most of it, and because the most useful thing is to understand how the situation develops before deciding how to respond to it. He looked at her. "Do you disagree with the reasoning?" She'd thought about it properly, which was what he'd expected her to do. "No," she said finally. "I disagree with being left out of the reasoning process. But not with the reasoning itself." "Fair," he said. "I should have brought you in earlier. I was being careful in the wrong direction." She'd accepted this in the way she accepted genuine acknowledgments, no performance of graciousness, just the straightforward movement forward. "Right. What are we doing about it?" They'd spent the following months doing several things. Hermione had quietly researched every protective enchantment that had been commonly used in high-security magical storage over the last 200 years, which produced a working list of probable challenges. Harry had spent time in the corridor itself, not past the door, just near it, reading the magical structure of the protections through the door with a sensitivity that McGonagall would have found interesting. He'd also been watching Quirrell more carefully, and in April he'd identified what Quirrell was waiting for. The defensive protections included something that required Dumbledore's specific magical presence to maintain, a layer that would drop when Dumbledore left the castle grounds. Quirrell knew this. The thing behind Quirrell's turban knew this. When Harry worked out that Dumbledore's scheduled absence in mid-June was not incidental, he spent one evening simply thinking it through from Dumbledore's perspective. An elaborate trap with a very specific intended participant. A stage designed to produce a confrontation on Dumbledore's terms. The problem with elaborate traps was that they tended to be specific to the person they were designed for. Harry had a different plan. Ron knew the broad shape of it by May. Harry had told him over a game of chess in the common room, keeping his voice level and his tone conversational, which Ron had responded to by pausing mid-move and looking at him with those open eyes. "You're telling me there's a dark wizard in Quirrell's head," Ron said. "Yes." "Who killed your parents?" "Yes." "And he wants the stone to come back properly." "That's the operating theory." Ron moved his bishop. It took out Harry's knight with unnecessary aggression. "And we're going to stop him." "I'm going to stop him. You and Hermione are going to be available if I need you, which I probably won't for most of it." He looked at Ron. "There are protections in there that I'll need help with and protections I won't. The chess set, that's almost certainly real chess. You should be in for that." Ron stared at him. "You want me to play chess against a magical chess set?" "I want you to win against a magical chess set." Ron looked at his board. Then he looked back at Harry. Something settled in his expression, the particular expression Harry had come to associate with Ron deciding that a situation was beyond ordinary analysis and he might as well commit. "All right," he said. "I'll win the chess." "I know you will," Harry said, and meant it completely. The night of June the 11th, Harry lay in his dormitory until the sounds of the castle had settled into their deep night configuration, 2 in the morning quiet, the specific silence of an institution unconscious. He had his wand. He had his invisibility cloak, which had arrived by Owl in January with a note in Dumbledore's hand saying simply "Your father would have wanted you to have this," which Harry had accepted as both a genuine gift and a piece of management, and had appreciated sincerely as both. He went and knocked very quietly on the door of Hermione's dormitory. She opened it immediately, fully dressed, which meant she'd been waiting. "You knew I'd come tonight," Harry said. "The pattern pointed to tonight," she said. "The Quidditch final finished yesterday, so there's no reason for unusual evening activity. Dumbledore's owl left this afternoon, I tracked it. And Quirrell didn't eat dinner." "Good," Harry said. "Ron. Already up?" "He's in the common room." They went down. Ron was sitting by the dead fire in his school robes, eating a piece of bread he'd apparently brought from dinner, and looked up when they appeared with the expression of someone who has accepted that this is what Tuesday night looks like now. "Ready?" Harry said. "No," Ron said honestly. "But let's go." The invisibility cloak fit all 3 of them imperfectly, legs visible below the knee if they weren't careful, so Harry cast a disillusionment charm on the lower half, which made Hermione give him a brief sideways look that he met with mild neutrality. The corridors were empty. Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris, passed them at one point and paused, and her eyes moved over the space where they were, and Harry went very still and held his breath, and then Mrs. Norris moved on. The disillusionment was good but not perfect. He filed the gap for future improvement. The third-floor corridor was dark and the door was already open. Harry looked at the open door and thought, Quirrell already went through. Which meant the first protection, whatever it was, had already been cleared. Which was either useful or a problem depending on what the first protection had involved. He pulled the cloak off, folded it, and put it in his bag. "You're not going to be invisible," Hermione said. "If I'm invisible I can't see to cast properly in low light," Harry said. The disillusionment was for the corridor. "In there, I need full visibility." He looked at them both. "Stay close until the chess. After that, I'll signal you." "What's the signal?" Ron asked. "I'll say chess," Harry said. "Right. Simple. Good." They went through the door. The first room had the dog, three-headed, enormous, currently unconscious. Quirrell had used music, as expected. Harry noted the harp on the floor, still faintly playing, and moved them past quickly. The trapdoor. The devil's snare. Hermione handled it, she'd known it was coming, had been studying it since February, and cast the bright sunlight charm with focused competence before the plant had properly registered their presence. She was calm, efficient, and completely uncongratulated by herself, which Harry thought was one of her better qualities. "Good," he said, and moved to the next room. The winged keys were the room after. Hundreds of them, moving in patterns. One of them, the old-fashioned one with the broken wing, opened the next door. Harry looked at the broomsticks. Looked at the keys. Looked at the room. He didn't take a broomstick. He watched the patterns for 20 seconds, identifying the key, broken wing, irregular flight path, predominantly east side of the room. He calculated the intercept point. He raised his wand and cast Accio with specific intent, not at the key but at a point in the key's projected flight path, which meant the key flew into the summoning instead of triggering its evasion response. The key dropped into his hand. Hermione said, "You weren't supposed to be able to do Accio to a moving target with that precision." "Technically you're not summoning the object," Harry said, moving to the door. "You're summoning a point in space and letting the object arrive at it. The magic does exactly what it's asked, it's a definitional issue, not a power issue." He unlocked the door. "After you." The chess room was vast and cold and the pieces were enormous and white and arranged for a game that had already been in progress, because Quirrell had played through it, or something that operated through Quirrell had. Harry looked at the board. The pieces on Quirrell's side had been aggressively played, which was consistent with something that didn't value subtlety. The white pieces stood in their positions, waiting. "Chess," Harry said. Ron stepped forward. He walked around the board once, reading it the way Harry had watched him read a dozen chess boards over the past months, completely, rapidly, with the unself-conscious confidence of someone operating in their best medium. Ron Weasley was many things, and one of them was genuinely, exceptionally good at chess. "We take knight to f5, Ron said, to the piece in question. The knight moved. The black pieces responded. Then bishop takes their rook. Then, he was talking to himself now, low and fast, walking the board. Here's the problem. He stopped. They've got a brilliant position. To win from here, cleanly, someone's going to have to sacrifice." He looked at Harry and Hermione with the expression of someone who has already worked out the answer and is presenting it as information rather than a question. "You," Harry said. "Queen takes bishop puts me in position, but their queen takes me. From there you're clear." He nodded at the board. "I can see the next 8 moves. It works." "You'll end up on the floor," Hermione said, with the concern of someone processing a fact she doesn't like. "I know," Ron said. He sounded calm. Not performing calm, actually calm, the specific calm of someone who has assessed a situation and made a decision and is now on the other side of the decision's uncertainty. He looked at Harry. "Win." "I will," Harry said. Ron played the game, and Harry and Hermione watched, and the pieces moved with the grinding authority of chess pieces that are simultaneously game pieces and something very like soldiers, and when Ron's queen positioned herself and the black queen took her, Ron landed hard and still on the stone floor and Hermione made a sharp involuntary sound. Harry crouched next to Ron. Ron was breathing. His eyes were closed, but his face was not the face of someone unconscious, it was the face of someone in the suspended state that magical chess produced, the enforced stillness of a taken piece. "He's fine," Harry said. He looked at Hermione. "Stay with him." She looked at him with those sharp dark eyes. Something moved through them, not fear exactly, the thing that was adjacent to fear, the recognition of consequences. "Harry. I'll be fine," he said. "That's not what I was going to say." She looked at him steadily. "I was going to say, don't underestimate it. You don't underestimate things usually, but this one is different," Harry said. "I know." He looked at her for a moment. "Thank you. For all of it. The research, the February conversation, the trust." He picked up his wand. "Watch Ron." He walked through the door. The next room smelled of something acrid and cold, a riddle, potions in a row, Hermione's expertise rather than his, but he'd gone over it with her and the answer was the smallest bottle on the right. He took it without pausing, drank what he needed, went through the black flame. And arrived. The final room was lit with torches that threw orange light across rough stone walls. The mirror of Ariste stood at the far end, tall, gold-framed, the inscription running across the top in the reversed letters that spelled Ariste stra eru oit ube kafru oit anwosi. "I show not your face but your heart's desire." Quirrell stood in front of it. He was looking into it with the desperate focus of someone trying to solve a problem through pure intensity of attention. His shoulders were rigid. His hands were clasped behind his back with the grip of someone restraining their own frustration. Harry walked in. He didn't announce himself and didn't attempt silence, his footsteps were just footsteps, measured and unhurried, the kind that communicated he was aware of exactly where he was and what he was walking toward. Quirrell turned. The man's face was wrong, not the way it had been wrong all year, the subtle wrongness of a performance, but fully wrong now, the performance dropped entirely. The eyes were flat and purposeful and not Quirrell's. The stutter was entirely absent. "Potter," Quirrell said, in a voice that was Quirrell's mouth and nothing else about Quirrell. "Hello," Harry said. He looked at the mirror. "Having trouble?" Something shifted in the flat eyes, amusement and contempt and, underneath both, a very old hunger. "You know what this is?" "The mirror of Ariste." "Yes." Harry stopped 10 feet away, which was close enough to engage and far enough to have options. He looked at Quirrell with the reading room's attention he gave everything. "You can't get the stone from it because you want to use it. The person who can get it is someone who wants to find it without using it." "Correct," Quirrell said. Something moved across his face. "You're not frightened." "No," Harry said. "You should be." "Maybe," Harry said. "But I've known about you since September. I've had a lot of time to have any feelings I was going to have about this conversation. I've already had them." He looked at Quirrell steadily. "You're not Voldemort." A pause. "No. You're carrying him. There's a difference. You're a man who made a choice, and you're dealing with the consequences of it." Harry tilted his head. "You weren't always like this. My information suggests you were competent and decent, before the sabbatical." "Competent and decent," Quirrell said, with a flatness that wasn't quite contempt, more like someone hearing a language they used to speak. "He showed me the truth of things. Power is the only language that doesn't lie." "Power doesn't speak," Harry said. "People speak, and they use power as an argument when they don't have better ones." He watched Quirrell's face. "What did he promise you?" "Greatness," Quirrell said, and then stopped, as though surprised he'd answered. Harry looked at him. He felt, genuinely, something that was not far from pity, not the diminishing kind, not the kind that comes with superiority, but the kind that recognizes a mistake that can't be unmade and the particular terrible position of someone who knows it. "I'm sorry for you," Harry said. "That's true. It doesn't change what happens next." "What happens next," the voice said, and it shifted now, deeper, a different quality entirely, the thing behind Quirrell speaking directly through the mouth, is that you step away and let me have the stone. Harry looked at the mirror. At his own reflection, which was looking back at him and doing something his actual face wasn't doing. The reflection had its hand extended, and in the reflection's hand was a small red stone. He felt it before he understood it, a slight weight in his pocket that hadn't been there before. He kept his face completely still. He understood the magic in the same moment. The mirror gave the stone to someone who wanted only to find it, and his desire for the stone was genuinely instrumental rather than acquisitive. He wanted it kept from Voldemort. Not for himself. The mirror had read this with perfect literalness and delivered accordingly. The stone was in his pocket. "Step away," the voice said again. "Or I will take it from you." "You can try," Harry said. Not aggressively. Factually. Quirrell moved. He was fast, faster than his apparent physical condition suggested, which meant Voldemort was directing the body with full access to whatever magical reserves remained to him. He cast with Quirrell's wand and the spell was incendio at full force, a column of fire that Harry stepped sideways from before the words were half out, because he'd been tracking the wand angle for the last 30 seconds and had already identified the likely first move. He cast Protego, the absorptive variant, not the standard, which took the residual heat of the fire and converted it into ambient warmth rather than deflecting it toward the walls. The room stayed intact. Quirrell looked at this with the expression of someone whose spell had produced the wrong result. Harry didn't use the moment to gloat. He used it to move. He circled right, putting the mirror to his left, changing the geometry of the room so that Quirrell's back was no longer to the door. Quirrell cast Sectum Sempra. Harry felt the intended path of the spell before it arrived, not precognition, just the read of wand angle and body position and intent that James had drilled into him so thoroughly it operated below the level of deliberate thought. He ducked under it and felt the air above his head go sharp and cold. He came up casting Expelliarmus, not Harry's only option, not remotely his most powerful option, but precisely calibrated to the situation. Quirrell's wand spun away. Quirrell's hands were empty. Then Harry closed the distance. James had been very thorough about hand-to-hand magical combat, not the dueling club version, not the formal exchange at distance, but the unglamorous reality of close-quarters engagement where wand range collapsed and personal magical output became the operating factor. Specifically, James had told him about something he called contact effect, the property of certain highly charged magical states that made physical contact between a significantly powered wizard and someone hosting damaged or parasitic magic produce unpredictable and often violent interaction effects. Harry had thought about this in the context of Quirrell for approximately 6 weeks. He grabbed Quirrell's arm. The effect was immediate and violent in the way that magic, uncontrolled, is violent, not clean, not surgical, not the organized output of a cast spell. Something raw and enormous moved through the contact point, the accumulated power of a decade of untrained magical expression finding a direction, the protection Lily Potter had burned into Harry's blood 10 years ago encountering something that the protection was, on a fundamental level, designed to destroy. Quirrell screamed. Harry held on. He held on because he understood the physics of it. The moment he let go, Voldemort would redirect, would find an alternative, would have time to plan. He held on because James had said, in a lesson about magical commitment, the most common error in high-stakes casting is early termination. You stop before the work is done because the work is painful or frightening and your body tells you to stop. The body is not always right. He held on for 6 seconds, which was both an eternity and not long at all. Then Quirrell crumpled. Harry stepped back. His hands were shaking, not with fear, with the physical aftermath of channeling something that large and raw through a contact point rather than a wand. He looked at Quirrell on the floor and at the space above Quirrell's collapsing body where something was happening that he could feel more than see, a wrongness in the air, a presence becoming an absence, the thing that had been living in Quirrell finding that there was no longer anything to live in. It tried for Harry. He felt it, the cold rush of attempted possession, something vast and damaged and furious pressing against the surface of his mind. His acclimacy met it. 6 years of mental architecture, the ordered rooms James had helped him build, the quiet controlled center that he'd been reinforcing since he was 8 years old. He felt the attempt hit the structure and skid off it the way water skids off glass, the cold fury of it unable to find purchase, unable to get through, and then it was past him and gone and the room was just a room again. He breathed. He put his hand in his pocket. The stone was there. Small and smooth and warm. He held it in his palm for a moment, just held it, feeling the weight of a thing that had caused this much motion through the world simply by existing. He thought about Nicholas Flamel, who was very old and had made this small red thing that kept him and his wife alive, and who had agreed with Dumbledore that the stone should be destroyed rather than let Voldemort touch it. He thought about what that meant, choosing to die rather than let something terrible have the tool it needed. He closed his hand around the stone. Then he sat down on the floor because his legs had decided they'd been cooperative long enough and were submitting a formal complaint. He sat there in the torchlit room with the mirror of Ariste showing him things he didn't look at, and Quirrell motionless on the stone floor, and the stone in his hand, and he did something he very rarely did, which was simply stop. No analysis, no cataloging, no next move. Just the torchlight and the breathing and the specific weight of what had just happened and the fact that he was, unambiguously, still here. James had told him about the night his parents died. The full version, the one with the context properly in place. He'd told it carefully, with the specific honesty he applied to everything, and Harry had listened to all of it and understood it and folded it into the picture. He'd known for 2 years exactly what had happened and why and who had done it. But knowing something and sitting 10 feet from the person who had done it, what remained of the person, the thing that the person had become, and having just held on for 6 seconds while that thing was unmade, that was different. He sat on the floor and was still. He didn't know how long he sat there before he felt it, the change in the room's magical atmosphere, the increase in overall power density that meant someone considerably senior to everyone else who'd been in the room tonight had arrived. He looked up. Dumbledore stood in the doorway. He looked at Quirrell. At the mirror. At Harry on the floor with his back against the stone and his hand closed around something. His expression moved through several things in a very short time and arrived at something Harry thought was probably, underneath everything, relief. "Harry," he said. "Hello," Harry said. Dumbledore came into the room. He looked at Quirrell with the expression of a man examining the consequences of events he'd set in motion and finding them simultaneously as expected and more final than planning for. He looked at the mirror. He looked at Harry. "The stone," he said. Harry opened his hand. Dumbledore looked at the small red stone in Harry's palm. He looked at Harry's face. "You have it," he said. "It gave it to me," Harry said. "I only wanted to keep it away from him. The mirror read that and gave it to me." He looked at it. "I think you should probably destroy it." "As Flamel intended." "Yes," Dumbledore said, after a moment. "I think so too." Harry held it out. Dumbledore took it, carefully, with both hands, with the specific care of someone handling something irreplaceable that has been decided against. "You came back," Harry said. "You left, but you came back." Dumbledore looked at him. I was nearby," he said, which Harry understood to mean, "I arranged this and I was positioned to intervene and you were faster than I calculated." "You were testing it," Harry said. "Not accusatory. The protections. Whether they'd hold. Whether he'd move." He tilted his head. "Did you know I'd come through?" A long pause. "I suspected," Dumbledore said, with the honesty he'd been offering in increasing quantities since November. "I hoped." He looked at Harry carefully. "I did not plan for you to be the one in this room." "I know," Harry said. "You planned for you to be the one in this room." He looked at Dumbledore. "Your version was probably tidier." "My version," Dumbledore said slowly, "did not account for the specific thing you did to defeat him. Which I will need to understand, when you're ready to explain it." "Contact effect," Harry said. The blood protection. Physical contact with something carrying a parasitic magical entity whose nature is fundamentally incompatible with that specific protection. The results are fairly predictable if you understand the underlying mechanics. He looked at Dumbledore. James taught me. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. James, he said, in the way he sometimes said it, the specific quality of someone saying a name that costs them something. He's very thorough, Harry said. He stood up, and his legs cooperated this time. He looked around the room, the mirror, the torches, Quirrell on the floor, the door he'd come through. I should go back. Ron and Hermione are waiting. I'll see to Quirrell, Dumbledore said. And I'll send the medics. He looked at Harry. Are you hurt? Harry looked at his hands. The trembling had stopped. They were slightly red from the contact, the skin at his palms warm and oversensitized, but not damaged. No, he said. Tired. But not hurt. Dumbledore nodded. He stood aside from the doorway to let Harry pass, and as Harry moved past him, Dumbledore said, Harry. Harry stopped. I owe you a full conversation, Dumbledore said. About the prophecy, about what I knew and chose and should have done differently. When you're rested. He held Harry's eyes. I'd like, if you're willing, to begin doing this, differently. Between us. Harry looked at him. The complicated picture, in full, the genuine care and the calculated management and the grief and the brilliance and the man who had made choices that were wrong and was, apparently, capable of knowing they were wrong. I'm willing, Harry said. I'd like that. He held Dumbledore's gaze. But I'm not going back to the Dursleys for the whole summer. A pause. No, Dumbledore said, with a specificity that told Harry this had already been thought about. No, I don't think that's necessary. Harry nodded. He walked back through the black flame and the potions and the chess room, where Ron was stirring with the dazed expression of a chess piece remembering it's also a person, and Hermione was kneeling next to him saying his name. She looked up when Harry came through. Her face did a rapid scan and found him upright, unwounded, wand in hand. She breathed out. Done, she said. Done, Harry said. Voldemort? Gone. Not dead, he doesn't die that straightforwardly. But gone. No stone. No body. Nothing to work with. He crouched next to Ron. How are you? Ron blinked at him. His eyes were focusing slowly, the way eyes focus when they've been somewhere else. Did we win? He said. Yes, Harry said. Ron considered this. Good, he said, and sat up, and then immediately said, I'm starving. Is there any way can we get food? Can the house elves do something? Is that a thing that can happen right now? Harry laughed. It came up from somewhere genuine and surprised, the laugh he couldn't plan, and Hermione made a sound that was either a laugh or something very close to it, and Ron sat on the stone floor of the chess room eating the last piece of bread from his pocket with the satisfied expression of someone who has played the best game of their life and knows it. They sat together in the underground room, the three of them, in the torchlight, in the warm aftermath of a thing that was finished, and Harry felt something settle in him, something that had been held at attention for a very long time, finding that the immediate need for attention was over. Not everything. Not permanently. He knew enough to know that Voldemort's absence was not the end of Voldemort, that the prophecy still held, that the story had not resolved but had simply reached a different point on its arc. But tonight was done. He looked at Ron, who was telling Hermione about the chess game with expanding detail, and at Hermione, who was listening and adding corrections to the parts Ron was misremembering, and at the stoneless space in Dumbledore's pocket somewhere above them, and at the doorway he'd come through, and at the torchlight. He thought about James, under the board, glowing faintly in an empty cupboard in Surrey. He thought, I'll tell you everything. He thought, you'd have liked tonight. He thought, I think I did it right. The three of them sat in the underground room until Ron could stand and Hermione had confirmed Harry's hands were actually fine and the medics had come past for Quirrell and Dumbledore had sent word that they should come up to the hospital wing and there would be food. Harry stood, and put his wand in his pocket, and walked out. He walked the way he always walked, like someone who knows where they're going, and is not in any particular hurry, and is not afraid of what's waiting when they get there. Chapter 8 The portrait remembers the end-of-year feast was loud and golden and smelled of everything good, and Harry ate a great deal of it. Gryffindor won the House Cup. Dumbledore announced the last-minute points with the particular satisfaction of a man who enjoys a well-timed reversal, and the Gryffindor table erupted in the specific way that a table erupts when it thought it had lost and suddenly hasn't, which was louder and more physically expressive than ordinary celebration. Ron knocked over his pumpkin juice. Hermione clapped with both hands and then looked slightly embarrassed about how hard she was clapping and didn't stop. Neville, who'd been awarded 10 points for something Dumbledore called uncommon bravery and which Neville himself described as I tried to stop them leaving and it didn't work but apparently that counts, Neville went pink in a way that suggested his face was attempting something it had limited experience with, which was being publicly and genuinely recognized. Harry applauded with everyone else and watched the room and ate another piece of treacle tart and felt, in a way that was quiet and real and not particularly dramatic about itself, content. The week before had been the hospital wing, which had been one night for Harry. Madame Pomfrey's diagnostic confirmed what he'd already assessed, that the contact effect had left his palms oversensitized for a few days but nothing permanent, nothing that required more than rest and the aggressive administration of chocolate that Madame Pomfrey apparently considered a medical intervention. Dumbledore had visited on the second morning. He'd brought an orange, which he set on the bedside table without explanation, and had sat in the visitor's chair and talked for 2 hours. He'd told Harry the prophecy in full, not the partial version Harry had gotten from James, the complete recorded version, with the context of how Dumbledore had received it and what he'd understood from it and what he'd decided to do with that understanding. He told it with the honesty of someone who had been building to this conversation for a decade and was finally having it, and the relief in his voice was real even when the content of what he was saying was difficult. He talked about placing Harry with the Dursleys. He said plainly that he'd known about the cupboard by the second year and had made a calculation that the protective magic required the placement and the alternative risks outweighed the harm. He said, equally plainly, that he knew now that the calculation had weighted the wrong things. He said all of this without performing remorse, without the theatrical self-flagellation that Harry would have found exhausting, just as a clear reckoning with a thing that had been wrong. Harry had listened to all of it. He'd asked questions where questions were useful and let the information settle where it needed to settle. At the end, Dumbledore had said, "You handled last Tuesday rather differently than I anticipated." "How did you anticipate it?" Harry asked. "I thought, if it came to that room, that Voldemort would have the upper hand in any direct confrontation. That the protections would slow him but a possessed host with access to his full magical knowledge would be." He stopped. "I did not account for the contact effect. I did not know about your occlumency. I was not aware of the full scope of your preparation." He looked at Harry with those blue eyes that were less managed now, more simply present. "I have been treating you as a variable I needed to protect rather than a participant I needed to understand." "You said that in November," Harry said. "You're doing better." Something in Dumbledore's expression moved toward what might, in a different context, have been amusement. "I appreciate the assessment. You should probably tell McGonagall what I can actually do," Harry said. "And Flitwick. It makes the academic planning cleaner." He thought about it. "Snape probably already knows what he needs to know. He doesn't miss things." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "No," he agreed. "He doesn't. He knew my mother," Harry said. It wasn't a question. "Yes. Careful. James told me," Harry said. "The complicated version, not the simple version." He looked at Dumbledore. "I'm not interested in taking sides in something that happened before I was born. But if his relationship with my father's memory makes teaching me difficult, that's worth knowing about." He held Dumbledore's gaze. "Is it manageable?" Dumbledore looked at him for a moment with an expression that seemed to be working out how to explain Severus Snape, which was probably a task without a clean endpoint. Severus is, he paused. He is a man of deep feeling who expresses it through work. His feelings about you are complicated. His feelings about your mother are, he stopped. He will not let them interfere with his professional obligations. I believe that. All right, Harry said. He picked up the orange from the bedside table and began peeling it. Then we're fine. Now, at the feast, he watched the room and ate treacle tart and thought about July. The summer arrangement had been settled by Dumbledore in 3 conversations, one with Harry, one presumably with the Weasleys, and one that Harry suspected had been a fairly terse exchange with the Dursleys. The result was that Harry would spend a week at Privet Drive, enough to renew the blood protection for another year, Dumbledore had explained, in what Harry accepted as a genuine magical requirement rather than a managed repositioning, and then would go to the Burrow with Ron, and then the Weasleys were spending the last 2 weeks of August at a seaside place in Devon, and Harry was invited. He'd said yes with the specific ease of someone who has been saying no to things for so long that yes feels like a different kind of muscle being used. Hermione was going to France with her parents. She'd said this with the tone of someone reporting a geographical fact, but something in the way she said parents had told Harry something about what the summer looked like from inside, the particular strangeness of a Muggleborn which going home to a world that had no frame for what she'd become this year. Will you be all right? He'd asked. She'd given him the look she reserved for questions she considered slightly beneath the asker's usual standard. I'll have books, she said. I'll be fine. That's not what I asked. A pause. My parents are very proud of me, she said, in a different voice, smaller, not in the sense of diminished but in the sense of genuine. They don't entirely understand what I'm proud of, but they're proud that I'm proud. She'd looked at her hands. I miss them when I'm here. And when I'm there I'll miss, she'd stopped. Harry had waited. This, she said. I'll miss this. He'd understood exactly what this was, not Hogwarts the building, but what the building contained, what the year had assembled. Write to me, he said. Obviously, she said, and went back to her book. The feast ended with the scraping of benches and the surge of students toward dormitories and the specific melancholy of a last night that knows it's a last night. Harry helped Neville carry his trunk to the common room, because Neville's trunk had developed a structural disagreement with its bottom left clasp that made it unwieldy on stairs. They didn't talk much on the way up. It was a comfortable not talking, the kind built by a year of small exchanges and chess watching and corridor navigation and the particular connection of 2 people who recognized something in each other that wasn't visible to everyone. At the top of the staircase Neville said, "Next year." "Next year," Harry agreed. "You'll teach me the shortcuts. Properly. I've got the general idea but some of the, yes," Harry said. "Come and find me in the first week and we'll do the whole map." Neville almost smiled, and then did smile, the real one that lived underneath. "Thanks, Harry." He paused. "For, all of it. The year." He looked slightly past Harry the way people do when they're saying something that costs them the directness. "It was better with you here." Harry looked at him. The boy who might have been in the prophecy, who'd been raised by a grandmother with high expectations and had spent a year apologizing for existing and had, by the end of it, started to remember that he didn't need to. The dry humor. The quiet bravery, his grandmother had apparently told him, in a letter Harry had seen part of by accident, that the headmaster's comments had been unexpected and gratifying, which for the grandmother of Neville Longbottom was apparently approximately equivalent to a standing ovation. "Me too," Harry said, and meant it exactly. In the morning there was the train. Harry sat in the same compartment as before, the one 2/3 down, second carriage from the front, and this time there was no scouting for a place, no careful positioning. Ron was already there when he arrived. Hermione came 10 minutes later with both her trunks and Crookshanks, who was technically a cat she bought in Diagon Alley on a later visit and was technically not allowed in the compartment but who had the quality of presence that made rules feel advisory. They talked for most of the journey. Not about anything serious, about nothing, really, the comfortable specific nothing of people who have shared something significant and don't need to keep referencing it. Ron had plans for the summer that involved Quidditch and his brothers and something called Ghoul in the Attic, which turned out to be a game rather than a haunting. Hermione had a reading list that she described as light and which Ron, reading it over her shoulder, described as a cry for help. Harry listened and talked and looked out the window at the countryside going from Scottish to English and thought about James. He'd been thinking about James differently since the underground room. Not in the sense that the conversations had changed, they hadn't, not yet. In the sense that something in the year had shifted his understanding of what the portrait was, what it contained. James had given him everything. Not just the spells, not just the theory, the identity. The framework for knowing who he was and what he valued and where he stood. 6 years of building a person, poured into evening after evening in a glowing cupboard, and the result was someone who could walk into an underground room with the remnant of the most feared dark wizard in a century and hold on for 6 seconds and come out the other side. He thought about what it had cost James. Not in a maudlin way, he'd gotten good at not doing things in maudlin ways, it was one of the habits the cupboard had given him that he'd decided to keep. But clearly, honestly. A portrait is not a person. A portrait knows it is not a person. James had sat in that frame for 6 years, glowing in a cupboard, watching a small boy grow up wrong and then grow up right, and had poured everything he knew into that growing, knowing that at the end of it Harry would leave for a world James couldn't follow him into. That was not a small thing to do. That was an enormous thing to do. King's Cross arrived in the noise and steam of a normal Saturday. Harry found the Weasley family easily. You could find the Weasley family from considerable distance, as a cluster, by a combination of the red hair and the particular Weasley quality of taking up exactly as much space as was present. Molly Weasley, who Harry was meeting in person for the first time, looked at him for approximately 1 second and then pulled him into a hug that was so comprehensive and immediate that it bypassed all his social processing entirely. He stood in it for a moment, slightly surprised. Then he thought, this is fine, actually. He hugged her back. She pulled away and held him by the shoulders and looked at him the way mothers look at things, thoroughly, with both love and assessment running simultaneously. You're too thin, she said. I eat fine at Hogwarts, Harry said honestly. You'll eat better at the Burrow, she said, as though this had already been decided by forces more fundamental than conversation, which it probably had. I look forward to it, Harry said, and meant it. The Dursleys were near the barrier. Vernon was wearing his best pretending everything is normal expression, which had the structural integrity of wet cardboard. Petunia was thin and still and doing the glass face with the energy of someone who had been doing it for 11 months. Dudley was there, larger in a way that summer always made him larger, looking at the platform with the expression of someone who had heard descriptions and found reality exceeding them. Harry said goodbye to Ron and the family with the specific warmth of someone who knows the goodbye is a week rather than permanent, and walked over to the Dursleys. Vernon started to say something about how things were going to go back to normal now, and how there would be rules, and how this past year had been an exception and not a precedent. Vernon, Harry said pleasantly. Vernon stopped. I'm going to spend a week here, for reasons that are actually magical and actually necessary, and then I'm going to the Weasleys for most of August. He looked at his uncle steadily. I want the week to be quiet. I'll stay out of everyone's way. You stay out of mine. He held Vernon's eyes with the same clarity he'd been holding the eyes of people considerably more formidable for the past year. This works better for everyone. Vernon's face went through several colors. His mouth opened. The cupboard, Harry added, is not available as accommodation. I'll take Dudley's second bedroom. Vernon closed his mouth. They drove to Privet Drive in silence that was, if not comfortable, at least functional. The house was the same. He stood in the hallway with his trunk and looked at it, the measured sameness of it, the deliberate order of everything, the particular flavor of a house where feelings went to be suppressed. He'd lived in it for 10 years and it had shaped him in ways he'd spent 6 years examining and understanding and redirecting. He felt no affection for it. He felt, mostly, the clean clarity of someone looking at a thing from outside that they used to be inside. He took his trunk upstairs to Dudley's second room, which was full of broken toys and discarded equipment and the archaeological evidence of a child who had always had more than he needed. Harry moved enough of it to clear a space and sat on the bed and thought, 1 week. That evening, after dinner, after Vernon's television and Petunia's movements and the house performing its nightly routine with the dedication of something that knew no other way to be, Harry went to the cupboard. Not to sleep in it. He'd been clear about that. He went to it deliberately, knowing exactly why he was going and what he was going to find, and he opened the small door and sat on the floor in front of it and reached under the loose board. The velvet cloth. The careful wrapping. The twine. He brought the portrait out into the hallway light and unwrapped it and propped it against the wall. James looked out at him. For a moment neither of them said anything. It had been 10 months. The longest gap since they'd first spoken. James looked exactly as he always had, mid-gesture, arrested in the particular moment the painter had caught, the familiar lines of his face in the warm glow that the portrait made. But James wasn't looking at Harry the way he looked when they were mid-lesson, the focused and slightly eager attention of a teacher who has something to say. He was looking at him the way he'd looked on a handful of specific evenings, the handful of times when the lesson had stopped and the painted man who loved the boy had been present without any structure around it. He looked at Harry the way someone looks when they've been waiting for a very long time to see whether something turned out right. "Hi," Harry said. "Hi," James said. His voice was the same, warm and slightly hoarse and completely real. "You look," he stopped. "I look like what?" Harry said. "Older," James said. "You look older." He said it simply, not with sadness exactly, but with something that had sadness moving through it the way a river has cold water in it even in summer. "Tell me everything." So Harry did. He sat cross-legged on the hallway floor of number 4, Privet Drive, with his back against the wall and his father's portrait propped in front of him, and he told him everything. Not the short version, not the compressed version, not the version selected for relevant information, all of it. The train, the sorting, the hat's conversation and what it had said about the portrait, McGonagall and the matchstick and the 4 seconds of silence, Snape and the 3 questions, Flitwick and the switching spell, Dumbledore's office and the careful first conversation. He told James about Hermione, the checklist on the platform, the February conversation, the way she argued about the principle behind the Ventus while knowing the Ventus had been exactly right, the fact that she'd been waiting fully dressed when he knocked on her dormitory door because she'd worked out the timeline independently. He told James about Ron, the chess room, the single win with all the weight it carried, the way he'd said I absolutely was about being ready to help in the way that was completely, straightforwardly true. He told James about Neville. About the dry humor. About it was better with you here. He told James about Dumbledore, the careful first conversation, the November shift, the orange on the bedside table, the 2-hour reckoning in the hospital wing. He told James about Quirrell. He told it the way he'd been telling James things since he was 5, plainly, in sequence, without dramatizing what didn't need dramatizing and without flattening what did. The underground room. The mirror. The stone in his pocket. The 6 seconds. James listened to all of it without interrupting, which was not his natural mode. James was not a quiet listener under ordinary circumstances, he was the kind of listener who asked questions mid-sentence and offered commentary and got distracted by interesting details. But for this he was still, and his eyes were steady, and the hallway was quiet around them except for the television from the sitting room and the house settling in the way old houses settled. When Harry finished, there was a long silence. "The occlumency worked," James said. "Yes," Harry said. "On a direct possession attempt." "Yes." James breathed out slowly. He looked at Harry with an expression that had so many things in it that Harry had stopped trying to name them individually, the way you stop trying to name individual colors in a complicated painting and just look at the whole. "And the contact effect," James said. "You held on. 6 seconds. I told you to use it," James said. "I described it theoretically. I said it would work. He paused. I did not, when I said it, I was not thinking about what 6 seconds of that feels like in practice. It worked, Harry said. I know it worked, James said, with a roughness in his voice. I know. He stopped. I'm glad it worked, and I'm aware that I sent my 11-year-old son into an underground room with a description of something and told him to hold on, and he made a frustrated gesture, the particular frustrated gesture of a man who cannot do anything from inside a frame. I couldn't be there. I know, Harry said. I should have been there. James, Harry said. He said it the way he'd been saying it for 6 years, the name that had felt strange for 30 seconds and then natural, the name that meant the glowing portrait and also meant my father and also meant the person who taught me everything. You were there. You've been there since I was 5 years old. Every evening. Every question. Every time I didn't understand something and every time I did. He held James's eyes through the portrait. You were completely there. In every way that mattered. James looked at him. Don't, James started, with the tone of someone who wants to argue but can feel the argument collapsing before it's fully formed. I'm not being generous, Harry said. I'm being accurate. You taught me everything I used. The principles, the spells, the contact effect, the occlumency. The reading rooms. The knowing when to hold on. He looked at the portrait steadily. You were in every single decision I made in that room. That's being there. James was quiet for a long time. The television changed programs in the sitting room. Outside, a car went past, its headlights sweeping briefly across the hallway wall. Somewhere a dog barked twice and went quiet. Your mum, James said finally, in a different voice, the softer one that appeared when he was near something he couldn't quite look at directly. The contact effect. The protection she left. She did that. She did that before I could do anything, and it kept you alive that night and it unmade Voldemort tonight. He looked at Harry with those painted eyes that were somehow always exactly as alive as they needed to be. She was there too. More than anyone. I know, Harry said. She'd have had so many things to say about tonight, James said. She'd have started with relieved and then moved immediately to wanting to understand the precise magical mechanics, and then she'd have said something about the occlumency that was both a compliment and a suggestion for improvement, and you'd have thought about the suggestion for a week and then concluded she was right. Harry smiled. What would she have said about my friends? James considered this with the seriousness it deserved. Hermione, she'd have liked Hermione immediately. They'd have had an argument within the first hour about something specific and minor and been completely comfortable with each other afterwards. He thought. Ron, she'd have fed him. Immediately and continuously. She'd have liked that he's direct. She valued directness. She'd have had opinions about the chess, very strong ones. He paused. Neville, she'd have understood Neville in about 30 seconds and done something quietly useful about it that no one but Neville would have known she'd done. Harry sat with this. The imagined Lily, built from James's descriptions over 6 years, assembled from specific details and particular turns of phrase and the particular way James's voice changed when he talked about her, moving through a world she hadn't lived to see. Sitting across from Hermione arguing cheerfully about magical principles. Feeding Ron thirds without being asked. Noticing Neville and doing something quiet. I wish she could have seen it, Harry said. She did, James said. In whatever way, she did. She's in all of it, Harry. She's in the protection that worked. She's in your eyes and in the way you think and in the fact that you make friends who are actually worth making. He looked at Harry. She's in you. Harry was quiet for a moment. Not the glass face quiet, just quiet, the real kind, the kind where something is being held and the holding is the right response. James, he said. Yeah. I'm going to figure out how to take you with me. To the Burrow, eventually. To Hogwarts, there has to be a way. Portraits exist at Hogwarts everywhere, there has to be, Harry. James's voice was gentle. I'm under a loose board. I'm not going anywhere. I'll figure it out, Harry said. Not as a promise in the performed sense, not a dramatic declaration. Just as a statement of intention from someone who, when they set their mind to something, tended to do it. James looked at him. You probably will, he said quietly. You were always, he stopped. You were the kind of baby who learned to open the catch on your cot before you could walk properly. Your mother was furious. I thought it was brilliant. She thought it was brilliant too, she just thought I shouldn't tell you that because it would encourage you. He smiled at the memory. It would have. It absolutely would have. Harry smiled too. The hallway of number 4, Privet Drive was the same hallway it always had been. Same walls, same carpet, same coat rack with Vernon's spare umbrella and Petunia's garden gloves. Same crack near the bottom of the skirting board that Harry had always thought looked like a river on a very simple map. The cupboard door behind him, closed now, the space beyond it empty for the first time in 10 years. Harry thought about the summer ahead. The burrow, which he'd been building in his imagination from Ron's descriptions, all warmth and chaos and the specific beautiful disorder of a family that had too many people and not enough rooms and made both facts feel like abundance. The seaside. The letters from Hermione that would be articulate and detailed and probably include a reading list. The letter he was going to write to Neville, which he'd thought about on the train and which was mostly going to be about the shortcut by the 3rd floor stairs, but also a little bit about other things. And September. The train again. The castle again, but differently now, not a place being mapped but a place being inhabited, already known, already partial home. And somewhere beyond September, the things that were unfinished. Voldemort, not gone but diminished. The prophecy, which had a shape and a direction that Harry could see clearly now with all the context properly in place. Sirius Black in Azkaban, which was wrong and which Harry intended to address when he had the right leverage and the right moment. The vault at Gringotts and the family things that weren't currency that he still hadn't gone back for. None of it frightening. All of it future. James was watching him with the expression Harry had never quite managed to name, the one that had been there on certain evenings across 6 years, the one that appeared when Harry said something or did something and James was caught between the thing he was and the thing he couldn't be. What? Harry said. Nothing, James said. Just, he paused. When I agreed to the portrait. When my mother commissioned it. I agreed because it seemed like the right thing, the responsible thing. If something happened, you'd have something. Someone. He looked at the painted study behind him, the familiar fireplace that Harry had looked at 10,000 times. I didn't expect it to be, I didn't know it would be like this. I didn't know I'd get to watch you become, he stopped. Become what? Harry said. James looked at him. You, he said simply. I didn't know I'd get to watch you become you. Harry held his gaze. The hallway was quiet and the house was doing its night things and somewhere outside the summer was going about its business, and Harry Potter sat cross-legged on the floor of the house that had tried to make him small and looked at his father's portrait and understood, with a completeness that came from somewhere deeper than thought, what 6 years had really been. Not just education. Not just preparation. Not the building of a weapon or the training of a soldier. Something simpler and larger than both. Someone had loved him. Someone who was a painting, which was an absurd and insufficient and completely true thing, had loved him thoroughly and specifically and without reservation, and had spent 6 years showing him what it looked like when someone in your life took you seriously, and that knowledge, that example, was underneath everything. Underneath the spells and the theory and the banned knowledge and the occlumency walls. The foundation. You couldn't be afraid of the world when you'd already been shown what love looked like. Thank you, Harry said. James looked at him. For what specifically? All of it, Harry said. The spells, obviously. The theory. The history. The banned list, especially the banned list. He held James's eyes. And the other part. The part that wasn't lessons. James was quiet for a moment. His expression had settled into something that Harry had only seen a handful of times, fully open, no management, no teacher's energy, just a man looking at a boy who was also his son. "Harry," he said. "That part was," he stopped and started twice. "Loving you was not a lesson. It was the only thing I've done in this frame that wasn't an effort." He held his gaze. "I'd have done it for another 20 years. Another 50. I'd have sat under that board until the wood rotted if that's what it took." Harry pressed his lips together. His face was not glass, it hadn't been glass, not really, not for a long time. It was just his face. "You won't have to," he said. "I'm figuring out the transport situation." James laughed. The same laugh as always, warm and genuine and filling the space. "Of course you are," he said. "Of course." He shook his head. "Even now. Even at the end of the year from hell, you're already on to the next problem." "It's not a problem," Harry said. "It's a project." The distinction being? "Problems are things that happen to you," Harry said. "Projects are things you decide to do." James looked at him. "Your mother said something almost exactly like that once," he said. "In third year. She was talking about something completely different, some project involving a charm she was developing, but the phrasing was," he shook his head again, softer. "Almost exactly like that." Harry smiled. "Tell me." James told him. The hallway got later around them as he talked, the television went off in the sitting room, the light under Vernon and Petunia's door disappeared, the house deepened into full night quiet. James talked about Lily's third-year charm project, and then about the fourth year, and then they were talking about things that had nothing to do with timelines or projects or plans, just things, memories and stories and the particular warmth of being in conversation with someone who knows you thoroughly and isn't trying to make you anything other than what you are. It was very late when Harry finally wrapped the portrait back in its velvet cloth and put it carefully under the loose board. He stood up. The hallway was dark now. He stood in it for a moment, in the familiar dark of Privet Drive, and then he walked upstairs to Dudley's second bedroom and lay down on the bed. He looked at the ceiling. Outside the window, the suburban summer dark was doing its thing. The same street, the same houses, the same Surrey. He thought about September. About the castle and the library and the classes that were actually going to be interesting now that the baseline year had established what level to pitch them at. About Hermione's reading list and what she'd add to it when she got to France. About Ron and chess and the Burrow. About Neville's dry humor emerging incrementally into the open. About Dumbledore and the ongoing project of a more honest relationship. About Snape, who was complicated in ways Harry was still mapping. About the things that were coming. The prophecy's direction, which he could see now and wasn't afraid of. The work still to be done. Sirius Black, which was a thread he was going to pull until the knot came loose. He thought about the stone, destroyed now, and Flamel and his wife deciding together that the long life wasn't worth the alternative. He thought about Quirrell, who had chosen wrong and paid for it. He thought about Voldemort, diminished and furious and still somewhere in the world, still a problem that wasn't finished. He thought about 6 seconds in an underground room. He thought about a portrait glowing faintly under a loose board, waiting patiently, as it always had and would. And Harry Potter, lying in the dark at the end of his first year, felt something that he might have called peace if he were given to calling things by their largest names. He wasn't, particularly. He called it what it was, the quiet at the end of a good day's work, the satisfaction of having done what needed doing, the readiness for whatever came next. He was 12 years old, and he had a wand that fit him perfectly, and friends who were worth having, and a father under a floorboard who had loved him thoroughly, and a world that was large and complicated and full of things still to understand. He closed his eyes. He was not afraid of any of it. In the morning he would begin the work of the summer, and the summer would lead to September, and September would lead to everything else, and he was ready for all of it, for the full long complicated extraordinary story of it. But for now it was dark and quiet and the house was still, and Harry Potter slept. And under the loose board in a cupboard under the stairs, a portrait glowed very softly in the dark. Patient, and proud, and present. As it had always been. As it always would be.